Anas, are we good to start?
Morning, Chair. Yes, we are.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation, and our three entities that are going to make presentations to us today: HSRC, ASSAf, and SACNASP. You're welcome to the Portfolio Committee. We are today scheduled to consider the 5-year plan and annual plans of the remainder of our entities, which is HSRC, ASSAf, and SACNASP. We are here mainly because of the changes of Parliament program, which affected our scheduling. And we would like to apologize for that because we could not see all our entities in the portfolio committee before the closure of the previous term. We have just finalized our strategic plan last week. We sat as a committee and engaged on it, and then we had very fruitful engagements and effective oversight with our department and its entities. We also note today the apologies of the minister and the deputy minister, which we have received in writings. I think the rest of the apologies, Shanas will assist us with. We also note the presence of the board chairpersons and CEOs and representatives of entities. We note the presence of DT of the department led by the DG and the DG Dr. Tele and the DDGs. We would also like to plead with the entities that are presenting today to at least try to stick to time. We have had instances in the previous terms where we could not deal with all items, especially with the question and answer session because of time. So please let us try by all means to stick to the allocated time, because we want to avoid written responses that we end up resorting to, because we cannot deal with all issues in the portfolio committee because of time. So we're going to be very strict this time around on time. Let us also be cautious of that when we are making presentations. So it's a plea from our side. Before all of us, there is an agenda for the meeting. Shanaz, do we have any apologies except for the minister and the deputy minister who are attending cabinet meeting?
Good morning, Chair, and everybody on the platform. No, those are the only apologies we received, Chair. We have not received any apologies from the members. Thanks.
Thank you, Shanaz. So the agenda is before all of us. We'll start with the briefing of the strategic plan and the annual performance plan of HSRC, and then we will then come to ASSAf. Then after ASSAf, we'll take SACNASP, and then from there we will have discussions, and then we will then have closure of the meeting. Can I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda? And also, before we adopt the agenda, can we also please note I might be in and out of the meeting, and I would request Honorable Uno to assist when I'm in and out, because we just received bad news. One of my brothers who was traveling to a meeting has just got shot. So we're still traveling. We're still trying to get to inform the family and the rest of the staff. The brother passed on not so long, so I might be a bit distracted, and that is the apology from my side. So when you are looking for me, you can't find me. Honorable Mkono will be taking over from me in the process. Can we have a mover for the adoption of the agenda, Honorable Boshoff?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think we would like to add our condolences. The committee might even move for a motion of condolences with yourself and your family. But I also move for the adoption of the agenda. It's Ferdinand Boshoff, speaking member of the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Kosi.
Greetings, Chair, to yourself, honorable members, and all the colleagues in the meeting. I would like to move with seconding the adoption of the agenda. Condolences to yourself, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Thank you, honorable members. Can we now start with the briefing from the DG is here. DG, can you please take over the process of leading the briefing sessions and the annual performance plan?
Good morning, Chair. It's DDG Zwane. Am I audible?
Yes, DG Zwane, you are welcomed and you are audible. You can proceed and lead the session.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. We did submit an apology that DG is supporting the minister at cabinet, so he won't be present in the meeting. But I will just introduce the three entities that are coming to present to us this morning. As the chair has said, it's the HSRC, ASSAf and SACNASP who are presenting their strategic plans as well as the annual performance plans. So without wasting any time, Chair, and condolences as well on your loss, I would like to then start by handing over to the HSRC, who would be led by Dr. Lubisi, the chairperson of the board. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, chairpersons of boards and CEOs of various entities, our mother department, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation chairperson. We first of all wish to express our sincere condolences to you and your family on the sad loss of your brother this morning. I put on the video just as an initial offering so that you can know that it's not artificial intelligence speaking, it is me. So I will now switch off the video now that there's evidence that I am making the introductory remarks. Chairperson, We appreciate the opportunity to engage with the committee again today. I am with the CEO, Professor Sarah Moswetsa, and members of the HSRC executive. We are accompanied by 3 other members of the board, Professor Len Kona, Professor Zetu Nkosi, and Ms. Shamim Manju. Chairperson, the HSRC is proud to present the HSRC Strategic Plan 2025 to 2030 and the Annual Performance Plan for 2025-26. These plans are the product of a meticulous process of mapping our strategic direction, aligning with the prevalent national imperatives, and bringing together the recommendations and outcomes of several institutional reflections over the past 2 years, including a series of external divisional reviews, an institutional review, and an organizational culture survey. As such, you will see from the presentation, Chairperson, in just a moment, that they reflect the goals and objectives of these Sustainable Development Goals, the African Agenda 2063, the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029, and the Decadal Plan 2022 to 2032. Our theory of change for the 5-year strategy centers on leveraging research to address inequality, unemployment, and poverty by fostering evidence-based policies and transformative social innovations. The approach begins with identifying and analyzing systemic barriers in the South African society that perpetuate these challenges, including structural inequalities, education and skills gaps, and labor market inefficiencies. Turning to the organization's most pressing threats, its financial sustainability remains one of the biggest strategic risks, currently exacerbated by the prevalent geopolitical circumstances. The board, with the CEO and her executive, has been monitoring these risks for several months already, and we continue our discussions at several governance levels to navigate the risk. We are also grateful that the matter is addressed at ministerial level through the Ministers' Working Group, looking at the impact of the US funding freeze, where the CEO represents us. Not to preempt, Chairperson, any discussion on our annual report, but we as the board are pleased that it is successfully navigating associated risks with non-compliance with laws, policies, and practices, as is evidenced by another unqualified audit opinion with no material findings from the Auditor General South Africa. We have also resolved the material irregularity notification of 2021-2022 by implementing appropriate action to address the matter to the satisfaction of the AG. The current board's term will come to an end next month on the 31st of October 2025. Looking forward, we hope that by navigating these risks, we have created opportunity for the incoming board to focus its attention primarily on strategic matters, in addition to its governance responsibilities. As such, the incoming board must turn its attention to strategically positioning the HSRC locally, continentally, and globally in a way that will help it to unlock new partnerships and fully diversify its funding resources. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I will now hand over to the Chief Executive Officer and her team to share the details of the HSRC strategic plan and our annual performance plan. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, my name is Sarah Moswetsa. I'm the CEO at the HSRC. It gives me great pleasure to present to you our 5-year strategic plan as well as our APP annual performance plan. I will now take members through the presentation. I thought I was going to share. Someone is sharing from your side, but let's proceed with the presentation. We will try, Chair and members of the portfolio committee. Let me also take this moment to also greet our DDGs, members of other boards, and members of the board of the HSRC and colleagues. We will try to be as brief as possible as we take you through the plans. For us, it is important that we start with the mandate of the HSRC that has been looked at and has not indeed changed. The mandate of the HSRC and what we intend to do in the next 5 years, and starting with this financial year 2025-2026, is to undertake a research that is strategic and aligned, as the chairperson of the board has alluded to, aligned to the national priorities of the HSRC. It is also to undertake particular strategic initiatives, be they policy dialogues, be they engagements with the broader STI sector, but also the broader community and society of the HSRC and the continent and the global south. I identify those strategic initiatives that indeed will propel us moving forward and in taking particular policy direction informed by research data. For us at the HSRC, our vision is very clear, and we want to uphold that vision of being able to not only be a national and regional player, but also a global player in the production and dissemination of transformative social science and humanities research in the interest of a just and equal society. Our mission has also not changed. Again, for us, it is about that interface between research and policymakers, as well as communities. Our context that informs our strategic vision as the HSRC, broadly speaking, and without excluding anything, it is premised on our 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And you will see in part of what we are going to present, some of our strategic indicators are linked to this particular to these goals. Of course, our Africa Agenda 2063, we are very proud that as HSRC, we do have an institute, the Africa Institute, that leads us in terms of this particular agenda, not only in terms of economic growth, but also in the area of innovation, and also building the next generation of African thought leaders. The National Development Plan, as well as the MTDP 2024-2029, and of course, with the new set priorities in that regard. The decadal plan influenced by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, but it is the decadal plan of the country has informed our plan. As the chairperson has alluded, there was an extensive planning around before we got to our strategic plan, from institutional review to getting feedback, very constructive feedback from our department, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. You will notice from our strategic plan 2025-2030 that we start with our strategic priorities. That's important. We at the bottom influenced that those strategic priorities are influenced by our flagship flagship projects, and we will mention a few of them that have been in the organization for a number of years. Very proud in terms of the outputs that they've been generated, but also how they've also influenced policy in many ways, talking about research impact, key initiatives, long-term projects, as well as particular research themes that we want to focus on. As the HSRC, we have made, with the guidance of the board, have made decisions around how we should focus on a number of research themes and not proliferate the organization with taking on more than what we are able to deliver. But the research themes that have been identified, the strategic priorities that have been identified, are aligned to the national priorities. And visually, this is how we want to present our strategic objectives, our strategic plan 2025-2030. And this is the slide that I think summarizes it best. For us, our strategic priorities are anchored on the strategic vision of reducing inequalities, poverty, and creating employment, particularly with a focus on the youth. Our research themes, more broader strategic research themes, anchored on three pillars. First, inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, the capable and ethical and developmental state. Innovation and inclusivity, the future society. You will note that most of all of these three strategic pillars of our strategic plan, 5-year plan, and APPs moving forward will be presented around these strategic research pillars. Under the research pillars, strategic research pillars of the HSRC, we have 9 research themes. Again, we've made sure, learning from our institutional review, that we can't do everything that we want to do, but we need to have a particular focus. Under inclusive growth and job creation, we have regional integration. Again, our Africa BRICS and Global South partnerships and research comes through here. On sectoral studies, HSRC has been doing groundbreaking work in the human settlement space, in mining as well as agriculture, working with the various government departments. These are the sectoral studies that we still want to pursue, working with various government departments. On the capable, ethical, and developmental state, we've identified 4 thematics. The first one is on rural development and food security. You will see that also echoes and has links with the second thematics. Even though we are presenting these research thematics as static as they are now presented as 9, there is obviously cross collaboration and also a sharing of expertise in this regard, rural development and food security, aligning with the work that we've been doing largely on our sectoral studies and working with the Department of Agriculture. On democracy, peace, and security, again, this is work that we've been doing with a particular focus on consolidating our democracy first in South Africa, and coming up with research, working, for example, with our recent work on the Zondo Commission, our ongoing work with the IEC, the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa. We are also very proud that we've also been working in this space in the continent, monitoring elections in the various countries in the continent. That work continues. On health innovation, our work here on health innovation and with a particular focus on policy and health in its broad sense. And members of the portfolio committee would be aware that as HSRC, we've been doing a lot of work on HIV and AIDS and the social determinants. We have a site at Sweetwaters in Maritzburg that focuses on health. For the strategic plan 2025-2030, our main focus is look at other health determinants and look at health holistically and pursue that. For example, in the health policy space, we are doing a lot of work on the national health insurance and advising at that level. Climate change, of course, this remains and also another important area for the country. On the third pillar, innovation, inclusivity, future society, we've prioritized this time around work and research on our seventh theme, sorry, on future education and skills and work. Future education, skills and work, that remains a priority moving forward, given where we are with work on AI, the digital economy. And for us, we want to focus on future education, skills and work, working very closely with various departments, particularly the Department of Higher Education. Third, the eighth thematic is on research, innovation, and development. Again, this remains an important pillar for the HSRC, one that we want to strengthen with a particular focus on the contribution of the humanities and social sciences in driving particular research and innovation work. And here I want to particularly focus our energies and our research on the ethics of innovation, the ethics of AI, the ethics of digital economy. I think that remains important for the work and our contribution as the humanities and social sciences in advising policy on the direction of the country, and particularly the challenges that emanate from such. At the moment, the HSRC is driving particular research agendas, flagship projects, and we will talk about that. Science diplomacy and internationalization. We foregrounded this work, particularly and now in the next 5 years, noting that from our institutional review, but also from the work that we have done inside the HSRC, this is a growing and important field of study, but also an important field of influence. We are seeing that in action, particularly this year with G20, but I think even beyond G20, this is the work that needs to be foregrounded even more. So those are our 9 themes. Those are our 3 strategic research pillars and priorities, again anchored by the ultimate goal of reducing inequalities, poverty, and creating employment in the country. The theory of change, I will not spend much time here. I think for us, the framing for our strategic plan is to conduct, collaborate, convene, and capacitate. At the center of that, it is research impact, as our chairperson alluded to. We take on an intersectional approach, and we are very deliberate, and we want to anchor this in everything that we do at the HSRC, be that research projects that we pursue or strategic initiatives that we pursue as the HSRC in partnership with first fellow science councils, but also universities, civil society, private sector, and of course government. Just to mention but a few, I think as I alluded, our Africa focus is important. Comparative research with South Africa remains important. We want to drive that and be deliberate in what we do. Community-based methodologies. Again, we are co-creating with communities. We are not extracting data from communities and present ourselves as experts. I think we can, again, research impact can go a long way if we co-create with communities. course, youth and women. Ours is also to balance our methodologies and our approach with making sure that our initiatives are not urban bias, but we have also a rural bias, a community bias, a township bias, and again linked to our wanting to be deliberate on focusing on marginalized communities, given where we are, given our strategic priorities of reducing inequalities, poverty, and making sure that we also contribute and make our own contribution as HSRC to the growing challenge of unemployment in the country. Okay, I'll move very quickly in the next 2 slides. These are some of the long-term projects that I was alluding to. I'll just maybe mention just 2 and 9 and 10 on health. As I said, for us it's about focusing on health equity and innovation. For us it's about not just health but well-being, and part of our also growing program in the HSRC is on and a project that we want to drive very, very firmly is on issues around substance abuse, and drug abuse, the new epidemic, what we call the new epidemic. Beyond that, I think there are a number of projects that we want to also pursue on digital sciences, as I also mentioned earlier on, issues around skills. And at the center of it, again, is around how do we understand research impact? How do we make sure that we align our priorities so that we achieve maximum output from our work, sectoral studies, as I said. But again, as we move on to our next slide, 8 flagship projects. These are our 8 flagship projects. The reason why there are flagship projects is precisely because other than the second one that is new, all of these projects have been in the organization for at least 20 years. So the major surveys, what we call the SACNASP survey, a flagship project that tells us what communities are thinking about everything from climate change to politics. Our national skills audit that we initiated, that our president asked us to pursue. We are currently on phase 2 of this important work. Let me also mention 7 and 8. 7 is on something that we are very passionate about at the HSRC, which again is about building a pipeline of thought leaders, young thought leaders in the continent, not just in South Africa. So that National Capacity Development Internship Program remains a flagship for us. That is also tied to number 6, which is the African Youth Graduate Capacity Development Program. 8 is publishing and publishing, making sure that our stories are told, and our stories are told in a particular way, again influenced by that intersectional approach that I've mentioned. These are some of our initiatives with our partners as we move. Enablers, it is important that we also just touch on what it will take for us to deliver our digital transformation plan. The organizational culture structure, very important, as the chairperson of the board alluded to. Governance, compliance, and sustainability remains also an important enabler for us. What is positive and reassuring is that we have already built a very solid foundation in terms of that governance, compliance, and sustainability to date. Chair, I will not present this. I think it's part of our organizational culture plan. Program 1, this is how we are structured at the HSRC. Program 1 is its administration from the CEO's office to the CFO's office. We now have a new office inside program 1, the office of the COO, and we have indeed appointed the COO. Dr. Lucky Didaunyani has taken over from 1st of September as our new COO, responsible for communication, people and culture, what we call HR, institutional planning and reporting, legal compliance, and the ICT and digital transformation strategic initiatives. Program 2, these are our research, why we exist as the HSRC. First, the equitable education and economies. It is, in short, EEE. This is the research division that largely does work on that future of education skills and work led by Professor Charlene Swartz. 2, public health, societies and belonging. This is our health space defined more broadly and wanting to influence policy in all areas of health, including issues around, as I said, for example, substance abuse. This is also the space that does work on gender-based violence, for example. It is led by Professor Kangelani Zuma. The developmental and capable ethical state, led by Professor Nania Bulamula, is responsible for that particular research division. The research development, science, and innovation space was led by Professor by Dr. Glenda Cruz, who has recently retired. It is that space on innovation that is very, again, important. And as I was talking to how it links directly to the future of the humanities and social sciences, the ethics of social sciences, not just data generator space. Africa, BRICS, and the Global South. This is where AISA and the BRICS Center reside. That's the structure. I will not present this as we move. Our guiding principles as the HSRC, again, I won't present this slide. I think it's self-explanatory. I will move very quickly to our APP, and just 2 minutes. Our annual performance plan anchored by our 5 strategic outcomes from doing research to sustainability. These are some of the work. This is some of the work that we want to do. We want to produce a research that is policy relevant research, guided by also making sure that we produce the books that will be read, the journal articles that will be read and published through our press, but also in other spaces. Our flagship publication review is also consolidates some of our work and is indeed publicized as well on our website, but also shared with the public. Our policy relevant space, again, our databases remain important. Again, this is where we ensure that our work is not just for the HSRC, but for the broader public, to access, to review, to understand where we come from and the data that informs a policy. We encourage universities, we work with universities to access these data sets so that they also publish from these. We take from these data sets and we write policy briefs so that, again, we influence policy. Part of our surveys have been used by various government departments and universities, and therefore found resonance in some of our policy outcomes. I won't go into detail. Maybe if we can go to the next slide, maybe just to showcase some of our work, our policy briefs, our seminars. Again, just a showcase of some of the work that we, for example, did in the continent in 2024 and in 2025. We will also be pursuing some of these initiatives. In 2024, we were in Tanzania, for example, doing stakeholder workshops on agri-food systems transformation, again, speaking to the food security cluster that we want to pursue, research cluster that we want to pursue. Again, that's our strategic plan. Maybe let's, as we move, evidence-based research engagements, international collaboration. We're very proud that we have been collaborating in the BRICS space with our research partners in BRICS in the BRICS space, but also in the global South. And that's what we want to also pursue this financial year. Moving on to our outcomes number 3, and again for us, outcome number 3 speaks to a transformed research capabilities and in pursuing it in various ways. And maybe let me pause here and talk to how we also want to build our internship program, speaking directly to not only capacity building, not only to a transformation imperative, but also to the unemployment crisis, youth unemployment crisis. To date, as we speak now, we have over 400 interns that we have placed throughout the country. This is a program that we want to scale up. We want in the next 5 years to have appointed 8,300 graduates that we want to see through in the internship program with the support of the Department of Higher Education, particularly through the NSF. Even though there are current challenges, I think we are all committed working with the Department of Higher Education to ensure that all of these interns are appointed. Again, this speaks to our transformation agenda at the HSRC for a long time. These are the indicators that we have struggled to meet. I'm happy to report even in Q2 of this current financial year of this APP that we are presenting here, we have indeed met all of our transformation agenda targets, as I said, on 4.5 and particularly 4.5 on the 8,000. We are awaiting that the appointment of those interns. The rest of the interns have been appointed. The rest of the indicators, we are pursuing them, and 4.1, 4.3 and 4.1 and 4.2 and 4.3 have been met and or are in progress of being met, and the rest are work in progress. Finally, Chair, let me hand over to our CFO to do a brief presentation on our financial considerations. This will not take more than 7 minutes, 5 minutes, sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO. Honourable members, I'll quickly run through the presentation, highlighting some key aspects. First of all, for our financial considerations, we do have got our indicators. We've added a new one. We would like to have multiple collaborative projects involving multiple years of more than 2 million. We've upped that one from 3 to 5. And then obviously we've indicated that our percentage of total income that is extra parliamentary, we would like to take upwards from 50 to 53%. On my next slide, we've got our preliminary allocation from the department. Obviously, in the current year, as you can see, we did have a bit of a cut in our ring-fenced allocation. That was specifically for the DSI/HSRC internship program. It was still called that before the name change happened. We do obviously note that this is separate from the parliamentary grant, as this got a specific research contract that we need to get. When we look at the figures in terms of our sustainability, this is a very important slide I would like to handle with you. Obviously, we do get our allocation letter. Like we said, we minus that internship money. We are a registered VAT vendor. We need to take the VAT out before we can say this is the total money we're getting from the department that we can utilize towards what we need to pay. First, what we need to mention is our salaries is a bit more than the parliamentary grant at this stage due to inflation, costs rising, and unfortunately, the parliamentary grant not keeping up with that. We do have about our operations that we need to have in the organizations, giving us a total of 433 million. We do have a bit of other income, including interest and rental income. If we then take that and we put in what our operational costs is, we strive for a 47% cost recovery on all of the projects we do. That includes time billing and overheads. We have to account for that. Then we've got a shortfall of about 305 million, almost 306 million, that needs to be sustained by our research work that we are doing, not just to government, but external parties, overseas, as well as universities. So this is the bigger figure that we are looking at to see how we can up that every year. This is just a snapshot of the next financial year. When we look at the next 3 years, obviously the parliamentary grant is growing steadily between what we need to use. And as we've indicated, it is between the parliamentary grant we're getting, the dark blue, and then our non-tax revenue that we are generating by our own. You'll see that the past figures, it includes the VAT portions for the 311 million, the next 3 years. But obviously, once we've been audited, the prior years will not include the VAT money as we had already paid that over to SARS. As indicated, the growth line in terms of what we're receiving from the department, it's not growing by that much. It's less than 4.2, 4.7, 4.5 over the next 3 years, where we did have a big cut of 7.4% in the 23-24 financial year. In terms of our spending, we've put it on this slide between what is going towards administrative and what's being spent on research, development, and innovation. Obviously, 22-23 was a big year where we had a lot of international money that we need to spend, and that affects that figure that we originally had for research and development. Over the next 3 years, we've plotted them at a reasonable rate to see how we can improve that. In terms of our spending, we've got about 58% going to research, development, and innovations, and about 42% going towards administration for the 25-26 financial year. Divided into the E&E expenditure terminology, about 56% is going towards the compensation of employees, 35% going towards goods and services. We've got about 2% towards depreciation and interest, and unfortunately, we have to pay, and that's about 7% towards VAT in terms of the money that we are receiving. As indicated, our cost of living, it grows every year, 4%. We try to keep up with inflation. We're projecting a 5.5% for the next 3 years. And obviously, our parliamentary grant is not growing at the same rate. That's why we're relooking how we're going to restructure the organization, which now took place in the current year. For the current year of the 24-25 year, we had 386 positions filled, and obviously we are planning to fill all the positions in the next 3 financial years. If I go over to our risks has been the same for the last couple of years. There has been a bit of movement. Obviously, financial sustainability is on the forefront to make sure the organization is feasible for the future. We have brought in geopolitical changes as this is affecting our funding of the organization. We are looking at what's the impact of artificial intelligence on our research production, as this is quite hot topic for the organization. The rest has been very relevant in what we are doing. The other one I would like to highlight is our cybersecurity risk, as is pertinent in all of the organizations, and we need to make sure we are protected against it. We have put plans in place to minimize these risks and make sure we look after them in the correct manner to address them on not just on a quarterly basis, but on a daily basis within the organization. CEO, I give back to you.
Thank you very much. And Chair, that concludes, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, that concludes our presentation. I must indeed thank the department and for assisting us to getting to this point. All the feedback that has been received are also, of course, under the leadership of our chairperson of the board, as well as members of the board. The entire HSRC team as well, and the executives present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO, for the presentation, and the CFO. And thank you, Dr. Lubisi, for leading the team and your presentation. Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you, colleagues. We will continue with the meeting. I'll again request DDG Zwane to continue with the second presentation on ASSAf, so that at least we take the questions and discussions and questions once the three presentations have been done. Thank you so much. DTG.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhunu. The second presentation is coming from ASSAf, which is the Academy of Science of South Africa. It's going to be led by the President and Chair of the Council, Professor Majosi. And he is also here with Professor Sudial, who is the CEO. Over to you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG. And thanks, Honorable Chair and the team, the PPC, for inviting us. It's always a great honor to be here. The last time I came here, I was the chairperson of the CSR some time ago. I just want to start off by, of course, extending our condolences, Honorable Chair, to you and your family on your loss. Be strong as you go through this trying time. So with me here, I've got a few members of the council. I've got the Vice President, Prof. Rosian Diab, who is here with us. I've got Professor Linda Richter. I've got Professor Janice Limson, Prof. Christian Peck, and Prof. Julian May, who are members of council. I also have the Executive Officer, Professor Himla Sudial, and her team, who will be also presenting this morning. So the way we've organized ourselves is as follows. I'm going to just give an overview of where the academy is, and then I'll hand over to Prof. Sudial and the team to work rhapsodic on the granular features of our message here. So starting off with them, our vision, perhaps let's migrate. I'll have the team assisting me here with them driving the presentation. We are the official National Academy of Science in the country, as everyone knows, inaugurated in 1996 with our former President Nelson Mandela as the patron of the launch. And really the trigger or the inspiration behind the formation was to respond to the need for congruency of democracy in the country. And our founding act is the Academy of Science Act, which is Act 67 of 2001, which came into operation in 2002. If one looks at our vision, it's to be the apex organization for science and scholarship in the country. And for us to achieve that, we have to be at all times be internationally respected and connected, and then boast the membership of the country that is active scholars in all fields of scientific endeavor. And then also making sure that we have collective resources for a professionally managed generation of evidence-based solutions to national problems. Broadly speaking, our mandate is twofold broadly, and that is to honor distinguished scholars through election of membership of the Academy, and also to offer evidence-based science advice to government and other stakeholders. And then we have enhanced our mission statement. So the mission statement has been enhanced to include the following, and it is to catalyze innovation that drives sustainable development and inclusivity. Sustainable development, inclusivity, and socio-economic growth at a local level, while aligning with national and international priorities in the country. So if one looks at the value of the advice, there are a few elements that we seek to observe at all times when we offer our advice as the Academy. I'm going to dwell at some point on the membership. We currently have about 730 members, and I'm going to give a bit of background to that a bit later in the presentation. But if one looks at the value of the Academy, there are a number of elements that we seek to realize at all times to make sure that our message is always credible. We have to uphold the fact that we are the Supreme Court of Science, or brains trust of the nation at all times. So our message must always be independent, authoritative, trusted, and credible. It must be objective. Of course, it must be rigorous in terms of analysis, evidence, and the peer review. We also uphold transparency in everything that we do. And of course, by the nature of the environment that we find ourselves in, multidisciplinarity becomes very, very important. We are the Academy of Science, and here we're talking about all the sciences that we have in the country, not just the natural sciences, but humanities as well. Volunteerism, we believe in that. Most of our members do so as volunteers. We are not paid members of the Academy as council members. It is really about volunteerism at all times, our plowing back to our community, and of course, protecting the Science Academy of the country. We are locally based without losing sight of the global agenda. And of course, all knowledge that we provide is expert knowledge. It is based on proven science by scientists. One looks at our goals, multifold. It's recognition and reward of excellence, and I did mention this in my preamble. Promotion of innovation and scholarly activity, promotion of public interest in and awareness of science and science education, promotion of effective evidence-based scientific advice, as well as promotion of national, regional, and international linkages. Looking at council as to how it's constituted, there is a president. I'm the president at the moment, and then we've got two vice presidents, Professor Rosian Diab, who's here with us, Prof. Diresh Ramjuganath. We've got Professor Christian Peck, Prof. Julian May, they're also here. Then we have council members from various institutions in the country, Nida Chetty, Loretta Fellis, Eagle Gladhill, Marele Brand, Janice Limson, who is also here this morning, Sharon Motala, and of course, Linda Rechter. All of the colleagues are here this morning as well. We also have a NACI representative, Prof. Lynn Morris, who is the DVC Research and Innovation at WITS. At the moment, she's in this council as the representative of NACI. We also have council advisors, 5 at the moment. That list changes in terms of the numbers. We've got 5 at the moment, 5 advisors. Prof. Maiki, so Bedi, and Nada, Reddy, and Sodi. who are our advisors at the moment. And in terms of transformation, we believe that we should at all times make sure that our knowledge is characterized by inclusivity. It is people-centric. It takes into account the global and national challenges, and we center at everything that we do skills advancement. And issues of poverty are not foreign to us. We make sure that our science informs, or it's a catalyst towards alleviating poverty in the country. And also we take issues of youth, women, people with disabilities very, 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 very seriously in everything that we do. So overall, it's really about equity redress. And before I step off the plate, let me just give some background on transformation. This incoming council has taken transformation as one of the key areas to focus on going forward, just making sure that we are an academy that represents all what South Africa stands for, including demographic representation. So at the moment, if you look at the ASSAf members as a whole, and I did say we are about 730 thereabout, 61 of those are Black female and 188 are Black male. And then we've got 207 white male and 174 white female. And looking at the constitution of council that I've just presented to you, members of the committee, we've got 6 members who are Black on council, male, and then we've got 4 females who are Black on council. And then we've got 3 white colleagues as well as 5 females on council, white females. And then in terms of ASSAf committees, we've got 38 members in our committees who are Black male, 21 who are Black female, we've got 19 who are white male, and 29 who are white female. And then in terms of staff, we've got 10 Black male, 13 Black female, as well as 8 white female. We are looking very closely at making sure that our institutions are well represented in our membership. If one looks at the profile of representation as it stands now, it is very clear that it's leaning more towards our, what I would call the well-established institutions, or what I would call the former white institutions, if one can call, use that language at this stage. And the historically disadvantaged institutions are very poorly represented in the membership of the academy. This for us becomes one of the areas where we should make some serious inroads in the coming years. You can see here, without reading in detail how the slides projects, it's clear that most of the members in the academy come from the the well-established institutions, the old names, or the common names that we hear about in the university sector, like UCT, WITS, UP, But if you go to University of Zululand, Walter Sisulu University, you can see we don't have too many members in those institutions. And we have decided that we are going to look into that. In fact, one of the suggestions is to have a representative in each of those institutions who will act as a conduit between ASSAf and the institution, sort of an ambassador that is going to promote the message within the institutions in terms of ASSAf membership. We'll see that changing. I'm positive going forward. If you continue, that slide is about is by race, and if we look by gender, the same slide looking at the different institutions by gender, 32% of the members throughout the institutions are female at the moment, and that is both Black and white, which is just 1% above the national average. I mean, if one looks at the national data for full professors in 2022, only 31% of our academic staff are female at the moment. And again, that's a national challenge that we need to focus on. So again, one of the challenges that we all have to accept in this space is that as a country, there's a lot of work that we have to do to transform the scientific space in one way or another, in terms of gender, in terms of race. If you continue, I think that at this point, it is now fitting to hand over to Professor Himla Sudia, who is going to take us through the rest of the presentation, of course, assisted with in that regard by the executive team. Over to you, Professor Sudia.
Thank you, Professor Majosi. Good morning, members of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, executives within the DSTI, colleagues from other entities, council members, and staff of the Academy present today. Once again, I want to re-echo our condolences to the chairperson. Grief is a terrible thing to go through, and want to pay tribute to her for at least coming on this morning and sharing her story with us. So sincere apologies to her as well. Members, we have heard a fantastic presentation by the HSRC, and what we have established from their presentation, including our own, is the fact that we are living through very trying circumstances. And if you look at all of the challenges we are facing in the global arena, the term polycrisis best describes it. And in fact, it literally means various activities happening at the same time or concomitantly. And having reviewed our previous 5-year plan, our review of the Academy, and also observing how we have come through the crisis of the COVID pandemic in recent years, as well as other issues like geopolitical challenges and issues related to climate change, food and water security, etc. We realize that as an academy, we need to get involved in trying to bring various partners or stakeholders together to have these kind of intellectual discussions to enable us to make strategic decisions on how we work together to support the DSTI and other activities that we have going to enhance the value of evidence-based science in contributing to society. It is a difficult time for us to maneuver through with things going on in the national environment, and but at the same time, there are many opportunities. Growth such as digital transformation, etc., gives us opportunities to enhance our footprint as we go forward. We also take cognizance of the fact that we live in times of high inflation, high poverty, and high unemployment in the country. We also have a requirement to address or redress the inequalities of the past. We've heard Prof. Majosi talk about issues related to gender, which we are very sensitive over, and also the aged and peoples with disabilities. So taking this all together and reviewing our theory of change, ASSAf would like to sincerely make a contribution in advancing society for the benefit of all. Next slide, please. And we do this against 3 pillars of support. The one where we take our membership, as we've heard, they're very distinguished, representing all disciplines of science, to address science for the advancement of science, also to use science to make recommendations for our various governmental departments for policy enhancement, and most importantly, science for the advancement of society. And we utilize the national priorities as put forward in the DSTI white paper and the decadal plan, and also work in enhancement of this sustainable development goals. And the way in which we do this is to engage in science and to communicate science. And I mean, when you try to do an analysis of what it is we as Academy produce at the end, it's about engaging with challenges and turning challenges into opportunities. Although we may talk about challenges, we also want to enhance the fact that opportunities come from making win-win scenarios with challenges. So science engagement and communication is an effective component of how we take the work of the Academy forward. Next. Within the Academy, we are very fortunate to be supported by some really committed people who form the Secretariat. And we have 3 internal structures: governance, administration, and the communications program that assists all the behind-the-scenes activities. And we have Dr. Malusi Twala present, who leads the Science Advisory Program and Strategic Partnerships, and he will walk us through that as we discuss the annual performance plans in a few minutes. And of course, we have the Scholarly Publishing Program led by Ms. Susan Felsman, who unfortunately couldn't join us today as she is currently on the plane, so apologies from her. So all of the personnel within the 3 components work in a very collective and enhanced way to deliver on the activities of the Academy. We've heard about our goals and our outcomes. We have now condensed our 6 outcomes from the previous strategic plan into 5, and these are independent, authoritative, and influential scientific advice, mobilizing knowledge, facilitating partnerships, science engagement, and scholarship support and transformation. The impact of all of these are listed here, and in the interest of time, we will try to speak to these as we go through the annual performance plan. But essentially, we try to lead the activities of the Academy, focusing on what is the core difference we want to achieve by every activity that we participate in. How do we contribute to the outcomes? What is the output? What is the difference that we made? And what are the people-centric activities that we want to foster as we produce the academic work that we do within the Academy? Next slide. So this, colleagues, is a summary of bringing all the pieces together. After, again, extensive discussions with Council over the years, we have now, or we try to condense our activities within the 4 pieces of the puzzle. But before I get ahead of myself, our impact statement is to increase the value of science in society. So again, whatever we do, we want to ask ourselves the question first. Well, what is the difference? In other words, what is the impact of what we're doing? And so collectively addressing the activities of the Academy in the next 5 years, as will be outlined by the annual performance plans, one big area of focus is the food, water, land, and energy nexus, coupled with climate change as we go ahead. And colleagues, you may recall from our previous presentation, we as the Academy are honored to be part of the G20 activities, where we as the Academy are coordinating the Science 20 meetings, or that of the academies within the G20 countries. And our theme for this year is on climate change and well-being. And perhaps the chairperson will say a few words at the end on this. Another activity is the future of society. We strongly believe that we take our experiences from the past and the present to enable us to work towards the future. And we will see how we're going to do all of this in the annual performance plan that Dr. Malusi Twala will take us through, both the food, water, land, energy, and climate nexus and future of society, and a little bit on service to society will be presented by Dr. Malusi Twala. As I mentioned earlier, digital transformation, or the world of artificial intelligence and all the AI work that we're seeing in the media today, is something that we want to catch on the fast train with as at ASSAf. Of course, we take cognizance of the fact that there are many other experts in the country, and our modus operandi is to engage with the other experts so that we collectively put the right foot forward in the direction of progress to bring about the change. And so that is a critical component of some of the work that we want to achieve in the coming years. Service to society is basically what we are all in the business for. If we do not take this particular priority seriously, then we are not really doing service to the citizens of this country. And we do this not alone, we do it through strategic partnerships, using the quadruple model of enhancing sectors of business, academia, civil society, and policymakers. But we also want to engage with the other stakeholders, the other entities, and it's a great privilege for us to be part of the session today with the HSRC and SACNASP at the same time. I've talked about science engagement and communication. That's a key component. If you do not, on the one hand, you engage, but on the other hand, to bring them together, you have to have communication. And communication for the various types of stakeholders we are engaged with, not just with academics and policymakers. We want to engage with civil society and people at the coalface, youth, people with disabilities, etc. Knowledge mobilization is another core activity. ASSAf has its own journal that's hosted, the South African Journal of Science, and the Quest magazine that advances knowledge for early career individuals, scholars at the latter school-going age, and basically anyone interested in science. And last but not least, our activities on advancing the youth, the gender-related issues, people with disability, and the aged communities is all core. And I want to say that all of these activities are interlinked like an onion. The onion has different layers, so the one cannot happen without the other one being in focus. So although we may speak in the succeeding slides on particular initiatives, I want to emphasize that all of this is done with respect to each and every activity and all of the pointers on this particular slide. Next slide. So, colleagues, it's now my privilege to invite Dr. Malusi Twala to walk us through some components of the annual performance plan that his portfolio takes care of. Over to you, Malusi.
Thank you, Professor Sudial. Greetings to the chair as well as the members of the committee, the DSTI EXCO, as well as sister entities officials. It is my pleasure today to just highlight some of the activities that within the Science Advising the Strategic Partnership portfolio of the Academy we are actually undertaking. As briefly mentioned by Professor Sudial, that ASSAf has got the privilege of leading the Science 20 within the theme of climate change and well-being, and this is an aspect, this is highly related to the portfolio or sub-portfolio of health and related matters, as well as intersections with health and the environment. Within the Standing Committee of Health and Related Matters, I would like to emphasize that all our science advice activities are in partnership with local stakeholders, as well as we work within the region as well as overseas. And this is across all the different sectors. Within this portfolio, it is my pleasure to indicate that through our science engagement efforts, we've made good strides in engaging the recommendations of the study on good governance of health systems in South Africa, whereby we presented to the health minister as well as the MECs of health in the different provinces. We've also been invited to present to the National Health Research Committee, which advises the Minister of Health on aspects of research for health systems. This is what we do normally with our studies, that once the recommendations are published, we then engage with the relevant role players to see some kind of change within what we've identified. It is also my pleasure to indicate that Council has approved for 25-26 financial year the initiation of a consensus study to curb food-related pesticides poisoning. This is something that has seriously affected South Africa. It remains a topical issue that the country is trying to address, and ASSAf is seeking to contribute science evidence on how we can mitigate such issues in the future not to occur. Subsequent to that, ASSAf has established the Forum on Food Safety, which seeks to look holistically not only on chemical pollution or contamination of food, but also other aspects of contamination. Next slide, please. Within our portfolio of biosafety and biosecurity, we've recently launched the study looking at the state of laboratory in SADC, and we are currently engaging through a policy brief the relevant authorities. And this we are doing through webinars, and our current focus has been on outbreaks, which is timely considering that South Africa, as well as the SADC region, is facing a pandemic of food and mouth disease that is affecting our meat sector. Also, through this portfolio, we've initiated the One Health initiative, which seeks to address various aspects in the theme or in the focus area that we can utilize being One Health. Next slide, please. Within our science, technology, engineering, math, and innovation portfolio, a majority of our focus has been on the consensus study that seeks to contribute science evidence in relation to the decarbonization of our energy system. This is in partnership with the South African Academy of Engineering, whereby we're looking at how South Africa can expand its capacity on pumped storage hydropower, thus reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, but also ensuring that we've got resilience during times where the system is constrained. We are engaging also through webinar formats on focusing on the hydrogen economy, mainly with our Namibian counterparts, but also with the Engineering Academy. We've initiated a series that looks at road safety. Next slide, please. Our portfolio of humanities has prioritized issues of gender-based violence to initiate a consensus study in this regard, but also undertake a series of science engagement activities, mainly through webinars, to see how through our schooling system we can actually curb this societal ill. It is exciting that this initiative, we are mainly partnering with the HSRC, considering their depth expertise in this regard. We also look forward to our prime item in this regard, which is the ASSAf Humanities lecture, which on an annual basis is hosted to bring to the fore how the humanities can actually contribute to addressing South Africa's major societal challenges. Next slide, please. Within the Standing Committee on Science for Reduction of Poverty and Inequality, we've initiated a consensus study on advancing graduate employment. And this is a cross-pollination across various portfolios of the academy, but through the leadership of Professor Bus Kumet and Ras Maharaj, who are the co-leaders of this study, we have initiated and this study is underway. Another focus area of this standing committee has been on social policy, looking at how we finance social security to advance the reduction of poverty and inequality. I think I will hand back to you, Professor Sudial, to take over the next sections. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Malusi. Well, I've talked about our scholarly publishing in South Africa, and we also have a standing committee for this activity that helps us to design consensus studies, taking into consideration various types of activities. We also host the National Scholarly Editors Forum, the National Scholarly Book Publishers Forum, and we have tried to put together a document that's now become a framework for advising researchers on how to address the POPI Act. So collectively, through our science scholarly publishing program, we have a very strong national footprint in advancing scholarly activities. Next slide. I talked about the hosting of our South African Journal of Science and Quest magazine, but we also host the Cielo platform that is done in partnership with the Brazilian counterpart. And this tries to enhance South African and other journals for accessibility and profiling them, not just for South African academics, but internationally. We also host the Colisa journals, and we try to put forward publication activities for the benefit of all who require it. All of the Academy's outputs and publications are hosted on the ASSAf research repository that can be accessed by all and from anywhere in the world. So that has been maintained very well over the years, and it is a very good resource to recognize our own output. Next slide. We try to also have a very strong focus on open science and support the open science portal and open science policy. ASSAf has its own ASSAf information protection policy, and we contribute on our own and in partnership with others, particularly on the awareness of predatory journals, etc. I mentioned earlier about our digital transformation. We've hosted several webinars, and I must say, for us doing it from the Academy, we have very, very strong interest in the webinars that we have hosted. ASSAf also hosts the Humanities Book Awards, and in recent years, we've separated the awards to recognize the more seasoned publishers from the young researcher and up-and-coming writers, and that has been received very, very warmly by all. So the Humanities Book Award also contributes to the humanities footprint from ASSAf. Next slide, please. We've talked about all the good things that we do and opportunities, and I mean, this slide should actually be challenges and opportunities, because we believe, as I've said earlier, every challenge should be married with opportunities to make win-win scenarios. We are working on some of the initiatives to get a little bit more membership engagement on our activities, and I must say that while we say lack of member engagement, the scholars who do contribute do it, with immense diligence and support. Prof. Majosi has talked about our transformation agenda and how some of the activities we want to utilize to promote the membership demographics, as he indicated earlier. And of course, various consensus studies and workshops, etc., that we produce come with a host of recommendations. And we would like to encourage not just our DSTI colleagues, but other governmental departments to be aware of the work that we are doing. For example, ASSAf is the secretariat to cohort, and cohort plays a very significant role, and this is the committees of the heads of entities, in the fronts, not exclusively the DSTI, but the MRC and agriculture, etc. And we are kind of growing a very nice little collegial network to bring the various entities, not just the DSTI entities, but all the entities focusing on research and innovation and technology to put things together, to communicate this to our DG, our minister, and through them, through the other governmental departments as well. And while funds are always limited, we have worked diligently, as you will hear from our finance manager in the next minute or two, that we do the best we can with the limited resources. And one of the things we would want to do going forward is to build a reasonable, sustainable resource from other sources as well. Next slide. Yes, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Morokeng Chilowani, our financial manager, and he will just walk us through the next two slides on risk and our financial status before we bring this presentation to a close. Morokeng, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Imla. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, members of the Portfolio Committee. And good afternoon to DDG Zwane from the DSTI, as well as the other officials from the department. And also good day to our council members present here, led by Professor Majosi and other colleagues within ASSAf. With your permission, Chairperson, may you allow me to add a voice which says, may you continue to draw comfort and strength from the one above in relation to, what you announced earlier, the unfortunate situation that you find yourself in. Coming to the matter at hand, Chairperson, what is before us here is, in relation to the environment and the space in which ASSAf operates and finds itself, that there are obviously risks at place. But what we have done is that we also considered mitigating factors that, will enable us to ensure that those risks are minimized or curtailed. And therefore, listed on this slide here is in relation to those. Next slide, please. In this slide, Chairperson, what we are putting before you is, the resources which are at the disposal of ASSAf for the period concerned. Of course, here, what is before us, we're showing the 3-year period, 2025/26 to 2027/28. But of course, the focus is on the 2025/26. The other 2 years are merely, an indication of what the future holds. And therefore, in relation to the resources, all in all, of course, it is obvious, as was indicated by my previous colleagues, that the allocation that ASSAf receives from the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation in a form of parliamentary grant remains the lifeline of the academy. Of course, we do have some resources that we do generate from time to time, which augments that. And therefore, for the period in question, our total projected revenue is in the region of 36 million. And as my other colleagues indicated and spoke about the work of ASSAf in relation to programs and activities, that those resources are allocated to those three programs: administration, governance, and communication program, science advisory program, and strategic partnerships, as well as a scholarly publishing program. And therefore, at the end, given the environment in which ASSAf operates, and that which says and dictates, of course, that we cannot budget for a deficit or a surplus, and therefore our hope is that we ASSAf will break even at the end. Now, in relation to, of course, activities that ASSAf undertakes, it so happens that ASSAf activities are labor intensive. What that means is that, for those activities and work to happen, there has to be warm bodies. And therefore, insofar as the allocation of the resources are concerned, our salaries line item, of course, I would say it is the one that takes a larger chunk of our resources, in the sense that it accounts for approximately 66% of our total resource that is available. Of course, we do have administration and office rental that ASSAf has to take care of. That accounts for about 6% of those resources. And of course, the main or the heart of the academy, which is the activities that are undertaken under the Science Advisory Program and Scholarly Publishing Program, then take the remaining 28% of those allocations. It is a situation that, of course, we do monitor very closely, because we believe that the driving force of the academy is its activities, and therefore fully understanding the environment that ASSAf operates in, which I've alluded to, the way those resources are allocated, it's something that we are comfortable with. I would say, Chairperson, in brief and in consideration of the time constraints, I would like to leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Morakeng. Colleagues, I apologize for not showing my face earlier because my Zoom is a little bit finicky, but I'll just switch it on now in case it crashes. Thank you to our council members. Thank you very much to all our members of the various committees who volunteer and give unstintingly of their time to advance us as the academy. To the staff of ASSAf, and not forgetting our DSTI colleagues who are always there to support us and guide us as we go along. With that, members, I hand over to Professor Majosi for a few closing words. Prof. Majosi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sudial. Colleagues, that was our message, and I just want to thank everyone that presented on our behalf, the executive team, Prof. Sudial. I think our message then was very clear. We will then wait for the right time to respond to any questions that might come from what you've just presented. Thank you very much again, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much, Prof. and the team. We really appreciate the presentation. Can I then again hand over to DDG Zwane for the South African Council Natural Science Professions presentation. So, DDG Zwane.
Thanks, Honorable Mkono. Maybe also let me apologize for my camera. I would be risking it. I don't have electricity where I am. So I would like to now present SACNASP to the committee, which is South African Council for Natural Science Professions, which I am assuming is led by Professor Katu Nepawe, who is the chairperson of the council. Also, the CEO is here, which is Dr. Nompumelelo Oboko and her team. So over to you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings, and let me first express our sincere condolences to the chairperson and her family during this time of bereavement. Greetings, Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, the DDGs that are present, as well as all the DSTI representatives. And I would like to extend greetings to the leadership of the fellow DSTI entities that are here today. We are honored and privileged as SACNASP by this opportunity to brief the Portfolio Committee on the 2025-2030 strategic plan, as well as our APP for the current financial year. I am here accompanied by Professor Steenkamp, who is the Deputy Chairperson of Council, Professor Diab, who chairs the Strategic Project Committee, Prof. Musacho, who chairs the Registration Committee, and Mr. Jewel, who chairs the Professional Conduct Committee of Council. I'm also accompanied by our CEO, Dr. Oboko, and her management team. Chairperson, we believe that the next 5 years shall be very exciting for SACNASP as we are reinvigorated by our new vision of ethical mastery, environmental stewardship, and excellence in the natural scientific profession for a transformed and thriving society. We trust that with this strategic plan that we are presenting today and this vision, SACNASP is closely and strategically aligned to support the medium-term development plan, the NDP 2030, the white paper on STI and its decadal plan, as well as the Africa Continental Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals at the global level. As we believe that successful organizations are vision-led and values-driven, this SACNASP vision and key outcomes are underpinned by the following. In terms of ethical mastery, this will be achieved through our commitment to professionalizing the natural scientific professions across government and industry. In terms of the environmental stewardship, this will be strengthened by our rigorous enforcement of the Code of Conduct, ensuring responsible and sustainable scientific practices. In terms of excellence, this will be driven by our dedication to continuing professional development and lifelong learning of our members, fostering a culture of innovation and expertise. We believe the ultimate impact is a transformed and thriving society, where science serves as a catalyst for progress, sustainability, inclusivity, and socio-economic transformation, therefore leaving no one behind. Honorable Chairperson and members of the PCC, as you shall see throughout the presentation by the CEO, the new strategic plan places SACNASP firmly on a path to becoming a globally recognized, locally relevant, and future-oriented regulatory body, advancing science, professionalism, and service to the society. I should note that the term of this council ends on the 30th of September 2025, which is end of this month. During our tenure, we made tremendous progress in terms of growth, relevance, and impact through sound governance, oversight, and collective leadership. As we hand over the baton to the incoming council, we do so with pride and confidence that the incoming council will build on this solid foundation. I now request the CEO to take us through the presentation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the members. I'm not sure whether I'm going to fly to the presentation from my side. Let me just check. Chair, if you may guide in terms of the process, or whether I should present.
Thank you. I don't know, Gunta, are you able to share, or must she share the presentation?
It is open for sharing, so they can share.
Okay. Thank you. You can share.
All right, just give me a moment, please. Let me just locate it. And Chair and members, I believe that you can see the presentation now.
Yes, we can. You can proceed.
Right. No, thank you very much for the opportunity once more. And greetings to you and all the members of the Portfolio Committee, and also the DDG Zwane and the executives from the DSTI, and our chairperson and all the representatives from the council, greatly appreciating also the support from the management team. So we are pleased to present our 5-year strategy and the annual performance plan covering the current financial year 2025-2026. So, Chair, just to take you through as a reminder of who we are, and then followed by the vision as the chairperson has unpacked it for the next 5 years. That is Vision 2030, the mission, values, and the mandate. And then the next 5 years, what are those strategic priorities and objectives that we have set for ourselves and the deliverables? And then we'll zoom into our annual performance plan for 2025-2026. Then the financials will be delivered or presented by our financial manager, and then we'll then close with the key strategic risks and some of the resource considerations before we conclude. So who we are, as the chair and the committee may recall from our first presentation, we are the registration and the regulatory body for the natural science professionals in South Africa. And we established, or we derive our mandate from the Natural Scientific Professions Act 27 of 2003, which we normally refer as the NSP Act, as amended by the Science and Technology Laws Amendment Act of 2014. So the Vision 2030 really, we envisages an ethical mastery, environmental stewardship, and excellence in the natural scientific professions for a transformed and thriving society, which the chair has already unpacked. But how, therefore, are we going to deliver on this? Is by professionalizing the natural sciences through registration, regulation, and continuous professional development, while promoting the role and contribution of the natural science professionals to national development. And of course, we will be driven by our core values of professionalism, innovation, resilience, inclusivity and partnership, which I'm happy that quite a number of the previous presentation, they've already alluded to the fact of the challenges that we are seeing in the country and globally, how therefore we need to be resilient, inclusive, and ensure that we work together as stakeholders in very strategic collaborations. So our mandate really is to register, to enable, advise, and regulate the natural science professionals. So we'll take the portfolio committee through some of the achievement over the past 5 years and how that we've used as a base then as we look at what are we going to do and how we're going to achieve our mandate over the next 5 years. So the registration of the natural scientists, how we are enabling them through our lifelong learning programs, advising government for policy and decision making, but most importantly as a regulator, how therefore do we do our work to protect the public, the profession, and the environment. So Chair, for the next 5 years, 2025, 2030, what are those key strategic objectives or priorities that we have set for ourselves and how we do intend to deliver on those? So we have 5 key strategic objectives, the first being to increase the number of registered natural science professionals, ensure greater retention, and enhance the efficiency of our registration processes. We are working with young people who want, efficiency and delivery in terms of our registration processes to be, quite efficient. We want to also ensure high professional and ethical standard for natural science professionals, but also promote the professional development and transformation of the natural scientific profession through our lifelong learning programs, but most importantly, enhance the contribution and promote the contribution of the natural scientific profession through science communication and science engagement as well. And then lastly for us, as we look at fostering strategic partnerships and collaboration in the advancement of the natural scientific profession. So having said that, Chair, we wanted to align and ensure that there is greater alignment and strategic engagements as well as we look at all the various priorities of government and some of the plans, especially the medium-term development plan. And in this case, when we look at the first priority of driving inclusive growth and job creation, and this is where we have our strategic objective 3 and strategic objective 5 that are aligned to how we'll therefore drive inclusive growth and job creation. And then furthermore, in terms of reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, we also aligned that to strategic objective 3 and strategic objective 4. And then with regards to a capable and ethical developmental state, which really the president of the country has issued a directive for all professional bodies and statutory bodies to ensure that through our mandates, we can actually assist and contribute to this ethical and developmental state. And in this case, we'll be looking at SOG 1, which is about increasing the number of scientists and being registered, and also on how we're ensuring high professional and ethical standards for our natural science professionals. And moving on, yes, just as a background and some of the achievements over the past 5 years and why, therefore, we have chosen some of these targets over the next 5 years. So we've looked at our registration trends for the 2019, 2020 to 2024, 2025 financial year. As the chair and the portfolio committee members can see here that we have seen a very steady increase, exponential increase over the years, especially right from 2021 to 2024, 2025. And this is really driven by the need, especially from the employers requesting for the professionalization of the scientists. And that becomes also a requirement as they embark on their some of the requirements from the employers. But having said that, we are currently sitting at more than 20,000. So when we're doing the presentation at the end of March, as we're preparing for this engagement, we're sitting at just above 19,000 registered scientists. And when we look at that in terms of our demographics, we have quite a number of our young people, especially from our Black scientists, where we have seen an increase in the registrations over the years. And also when you look at gender, we are very pleased that we have taken on the directive of ensuring that inclusivity, especially when you look at our female and women scientists, being more than 60% in our registration database. And also age-wise, we're seeing that we've got more of our young people, the youth, ages 20 to 29, 30 to 39, where they are seeking employment and others are already embarking on their professional journey. So this is really quite pleasing for us as SACNASP because this has been intentional over the past 5 years, looking at where we can make a dent, where we can make some of these strategic interventions to ensure representation, but also to ensure that we move with them, especially in areas of continuous professional development. So having said that, Chair, when you look at the fields of practice that are gazetted, we've got 26 fields of practice from agriculture, environmental science. This is what we call the A to Z of the sciences, of the natural sciences. So as indicated, when we're putting together the presentation at that time, with the conclusion of the financial year, 2024-2025, we're sitting at 19,202 registered scientists, and currently we are now over 20,000 registered scientists. And looking at the 3 categories of registration from candidate, certificated, and professional, we can see the numbers are growing higher, even with the candidates. These are young people coming from the university and seeking employment, and therefore they are requested to have the SACNASP certificate. And then when they journey on, they become then the professionals. We are also seeing that we are sitting at 8,167 currently. And we've got 26 fields of practice, and we're assisted by 49 voluntary associations. So these are learned societies that are recognized by SACNASP, and this is one of the requirements from SAQA. So zooming on into strategic objective 1, how we want to increase the number of registered scientists and ensure greater retention and enhance efficiency of our registration processes. The outcome there is increased registration. And for the 5-year target, we want to see 12,000 new natural science professionals registered with us, and we're going to disaggregate that by having women, youth, and people with disabilities. And in terms of ensuring retention of our registered natural scientists, we are moving from a baseline of 76.5%, and we want to see ourselves having 80% of our scientists renewing their annual registrations with us. And importantly is our turnaround time. How long does it take us to process the complete applications? Currently, we are sitting at 3 to 6 months, and we want to reduce that significantly over the years to end up with 45 days, even less, if possible, by embarking on a modernization of our ICT systems. Chair, importantly, as a regulator, as you may know, that we want to further enhance the professional standards and ensure that there is greater professional conduct of our scientists. And we have a very key instrument through our Act, but also importantly, the Code of Conduct, which was gazetted in 2022, and currently with the DSTI, and we're really grateful of the leadership from the department, where we've moved swiftly now, engaging with the clusters, with the support from the minister and the executives from the DSTI, and we've engaged with the DDG cluster, the DG cluster, and we're now preparing to engage, the cabinet on this very important regulatory framework that will therefore enhance our work as SACNASP, ensuring that there is greater enforcement, especially in areas of ethical conduct of our scientists. So we have quite a number of instruments from the whistleblowing services where the public will come to us or the scientists themselves with some of the issues or complaints or areas where they've seen our scientists transgressing. And of course, we've got through the Code of Conduct, a committee that will then sit and investigate some of these issues and some of the misconduct. So it is clear in our code of conduct that failure to comply with this instrument, the code of conduct, will constitute improper conduct and may result in the natural scientists who are registered with us being found guilty and being sanctioned in terms of Section 33 of the Natural Scientific Professions Act as amended. So what we have therefore done was to be more proactive, understanding that through the years, we've seen some of the challenges in the sector, and we want to ensure that we have educational campaigns. We've got practice notes that are really helping our science to understand how, therefore, they can conduct themselves. So within the 5 years, we'll have 10 educational campaigns and 10 practice notes. Moving on, therefore, looking at how we're advancing the professional development of our scientists. So here, Chair, we've thought it is important that we also look back and take it one step, back. High school and primary school, how, therefore, are we preparing this pipeline so that when they go to the university and they start wanting to now come on board as candidate natural scientists, that we've already engaged with them at that earlier stage. So this is what we called the professional, our CPD and CMP flagship program on the professional drive, but it's a lifelong learning program starting from early on and continuing until the person then exits the employment. And these are some of the offerings for the candidate mentorship program. We're looking at the technical competencies, working with the voluntary association, business acumen, emotional intelligence, legal, ethical training, technology. Quite a number of other presentations have looked at the areas of AI. How, therefore, do we also equip our young people to start being very conversant and understanding where the world of work is at and how they can prepare themselves? And including that is the written and verbal communication skills, because we want the scientists to be the forefront of communicating the science and demystifying the science and engaging with our communities. And then as they journey on, as they're professionals now, we have dedicated services. And this is where we're looking at issues of intellectual property, which is very key because mostly we're saying people must publish, but the key important aspect for socio-economic development is intellectual property rights. How, therefore, can we prepare or protect this ingenuity that is coming from the science and the investment that the country has put in? Appropriate training, skills, communication skills, strategic management, and all of that. So these are tailored to ensure that as they progress with their journey as professional scientists, we have very well thought through skill sets that we're harnessing and also cultivating to ensure that they contribute to the country and addressing some of the challenges that we're seeing on the ground. So with the candidate mentorship program, this started in 2020, 2021. This is where we are building a pipeline of the next generation of skilled natural science professionals. It is our transformation tool and agenda where we've taken very seriously, where we want to increase the percentage of our young people, especially the women and marginalized groups, to participate in these lifelong learning programs. And we are partnering also with the Voluntary Association and other like-minded organizations, NEMATEC, which is already supported by the department, Ovubio, also looking at what are they doing in the biotechnology sector, and NALEDZI in the environmental area, environmental management, impact assessment, and all of that, and assisting our young people because they already have this program on mentorship, but we want them to ensure that they are also professionally registered, and this facilitates job readiness and enhance employability. So we have quite a number of other avenues and engagements where we are following what the white paper on science, technology, and innovation has also alluded to in terms of scientists who participate in science engagement activities, that they will be awarded continuing professional development points by SACNASP. So we've got quite a number of engagements at the national level, provincial level, but most importantly at the local level. And we're delivering this through our voluntary association, as I indicated. Currently, we've recognized 49 learned society representing the food sciences, for example, SAFOST, other in the plant breeding areas, the Geological Society, for example, environmental areas, for example, the International Association for Impact Assessment South Africa. So quite a number of areas are covered representing those 26 fields of practice. Chair, we are excited that in 2023, we achieved or at least celebrated our 20th anniversary as SACNASP, looking at our 2003 NSP Act, and where we've looked at the journey that we've embarked on advancing professionalism, scientific integrity, and inclusivity. And we use this as a platform to really celebrate and elevate the work that our scientists have contributed in the country, and also showcasing what they have been able to achieve over the years. So here, scientists who showed exceptional dedication to CPD were awarded and recognized. The voluntary associations that are really assisting us with the candidate mentorship program, even the employers, we currently have the Employer Champion program where they are driving professionalization in their respective areas. So we wanted to also recognize even the students who are excelling at the university level before then they come and join us as candidate natural scientists. Moving on with strategic objective 3, Chair, this is to promote the professional development and transformation of the natural scientific profession through lifelong learning programs. This is where we're looking at what are the targets for the next 5 years. 70% of our natural science professionals, we want them to participate in these CPD programs. And we also went to and disaggregated those, ensuring that there's women participation, young people, and most importantly, people with disabilities. And now looking at science engagement citizenry, it becomes key for us. And this is a directive that we've taken very seriously, coming from the minister, that we need to engage the society. Here we are collaborating with a number of other entities, but also local and international organizations, where we are going to some of their schools, working with the department, Provincial Department of Education, as well as the national level, where we're engaging and ensuring that they start having an interest in the STEM or STEM subjects. So we've already started engaging in Limpopo, in Western Cape, and now we'll be embarking and engaging in Mpumalanga as well as Eastern Cape. Again, we are working with various universities where we are engaging with our students so that they can start understanding the importance of professionalization. So we have what is called the Student Enrollment Program, and this is where now we start the pipeline at the university level, ensuring that they understand then the value of engaging with us and being registered as a candidate natural scientist. And therefore, we also use some of the reports that we have put together over the years. Currently, we have embarked on a report with the HSRC on the pathways into the labor market and safe employment for our natural science graduates. And this was well received, where we presented it in various forums, the Science Forum 2023 and the Africa BRICS Youth Forum. And this has key recommendations in terms of job creation, curriculum revisions, skill planning, with a gender focus, but also fostering entrepreneurship and increasing our visibility to enhance the employability of our graduates. So having said that, what is therefore the strategic objective that will move with going forward in order to enhance and promote the contribution of our natural science professionals through science communication and science engagement. So here the outcome is really to enhance the influence and the role that is played by our scientists in key and relevant areas of national development, which were unpacked by our colleagues from ASSAf and HSRC. Looking at some of the crises from climate change, food security, and all of those issues. We have the scientists in our database, agriculture, topping it, environmental scientists, and all of that. But we want to ensure that we also contribute to the knowledge embodied by producing advisory notes on issues that are permanent or pertinent to national development. And we also want to ensure we've got a science-engaged and science-aware citizenry. This is where we are having events, webinars, road shows, and having these 50 science engagement events that will be hosted over the next 5-year period. And we want to use as an instrument, a vehicle, nice newsletters where we are showcasing the work that is being done by our scientists. There was an issue at Hammanskraal where there was issues of water and sanitation. And this is where the role of our scientists, we saw it coming at play, where they engaged and they were able to provide advisory to the Department of Water and Sanitation, but also to the local communities and assisting in ensuring that we've got clean and potable water. Further on the last strategic objective, really on how we are therefore enhancing and fostering international collaborations. And this is one of the ministerial directives for science popularization, international academic exchanges, but promoting the role of women and emerging scientists. So we've partnered now with an entity called the China Association of Science and Technology from China. This is part of our strategic engagements within the BRICS, or the bigger formation. And we're looking at how we can successfully ensure that our young people, especially, and the women, can participate and be able to take on some of these best practices as they do their research, as they practice within their own fields, and be able then to advance their work within the country. So we are pleased that the minister in 2024, witnessed by the two heads of state, they signed the MOU in Beijing, China. And we also saw 2023 where we took the women to a Women in Science conference, and also 2024 we had our young people participating in the World Science and Technology Development Forum. So this year we are engaging because there's now the MOU that needs to be implemented, and there's quite a number of other DSTI entities that are participating, looking at their own particular mandates and how they're driving their work with various Chinese counterparts. And in our case, we'll be having the young people also participating in a roundtable discussion in October, and also participating in the 2025 World Science and Technology Development Forum. So these are strategic interventions and engagements from the minister's directive, which we are now implementing, engaging, as I indicated, with the Embassy of China here, opening the gates within the Chinese community, the scientific community, Embassy of Brazil, we've engaged with them. We're also looking at how we can expand and engage with some of the like-minded institutions, organizations within Brazil, Canada, as well as the Embassy of Switzerland, again, looking at how we can leverage and also increase our financial resources in various aspects. Importantly for us is the African continent, and we've started engaging through the DSTI Multilateral Cooperation Directorate to ensure that we establish similar regulatory bodies in Eswatini. We do have quite a number of young people, professionals, professors coming to South Africa, seeking employment, either in the university, government, even within industry, but they need to also be registered with us. So we are starting to now create that awareness, work with our counterparts in various African countries, ensure that we collaborate, and then we can establish similar entities. So far we're engaged with Eswatini, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and there's also interest from Namibia, for example. So we really appreciate once more the collaboration that we have with the DSTI, the Multilateral Directorate. Having said that, in terms of augmenting our resource base, we've also started to engage with the various sitters, and I'm pleased to inform the committee that we had various key strategic engagements with Agri-SITA, Food Bev SITA, and all the others. And in this case, we're able then, as we're engaging with the CEO of Chieta and also putting together our proposal, we're able then to leverage some funds for key strategic programs, the SHIS team that is looking at our high school girls and how they are taking up, the science subjects, and also on the professionalization of the public sector, mentorship, continuous professionalization. So we've started engaging with various municipalities, and we'll be signing an MOU with MISA to ensure that this becomes a very key tool and instrument on professionalization. So this is therefore the strategic objective, Chair and members, in terms of increasing global exposure, skills development, and capacity building for our professionals, but also starting with the students and the learners to ensure that we create that pipeline and also ensure that there is therefore those learnings coming back to South Africa and increasing our skill sets and collaboration with other international partners. And we're looking at having 100 of these professionals and students and learners participating in these international initiatives of the 5 years. But most importantly for us is to have 60%, from designated groups. So with regards to the APP, I'm going to be very fast, Chair, because I've already taken you through the 5-year plan. This really is to ensure that now how do we support these annual plans where we are putting 2,400 as a target for registrations for year 1, 60% being women, 10% people with disabilities, 75 youth, and again, retention at 80%, and our turnaround time starting from that 90 to 180 days. And then looking at strategic objective 2, the educational campaigns in terms of ethical conduct and professionalization, where we are having 2, and our practice notes, we're going to have 2 that we're going to issue. And we've already started. There's already 1 that is going to be on our website and our social media to ensure that our young scientists especially can understand how they should conduct themselves as they are assisting in various dispensations. But importantly is the professional development and transformation agenda. And here, this is where we're looking at the CPD at 58%. Is our target, and then of course segregating that, having our women, young people, and especially people with disabilities target set at 50%. Strategic objective 4 that speaks to enhancing and promoting the contribution of our natural science professionals through science engagements and communication. This is where we are going to issue or publish our advisory note. There's 1 already that has already been published, and science engagement activities, 10 of those for this year, and we're having 4 newsletters, so 1 per quarter. And in terms of fostering strategic partnerships and how, therefore, we'll be engaging with the young people, the women scientists, and exposing them through these international mobility initiatives, including training, attending of conferences, some of the internship programs. And here we're looking at a target of 10. So, Chair, let me then allow our finance manager to take us through the financials, and then I'll look at the last slides as we close our presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Mangalana. Over to you. Thank you. Mr. Terence? I'm not sure whether it's from my side.
No, we can't hear him.
Okay. Mr. Mzoba, if you can assist. Okay, I think he's coming through now.
No, thank you so much, CEO. My apologies. It's the technology just decided to give up on me this crucial time. So I will also just switch off my my video. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee, and thank you so much, CEO, Dr. Boko. My section deals with finance as usual. I will firstly like to say SACNASP is to announce that SACNASP is actually pleased to announce that once again we have obtained an unqualified audit opinion with few immaterial findings for the 2024-2025 financial year. I'll just give a general or an overall overview of SACNASP for the 2024-2025 audited financial year, that SACNAS has maintained its financial stability during the year ended 35, and also reported an increase annual surplus. Chair, it's just a note that if you're looking at the 2024-2025 audited financial year, is that we have a slightly decrease in terms of revenue, as you can see, from 20 million, sort of from 31 million to 32. Overall, that equates to about 1.1% decline. And also that, of course, goes with the decline in operating expenditure of 2.2%. The SACNAS income streams, Madam Chair, it comes from one being the revenue from scientists and also the DSTI project funding, and lastly the other income, which the CEO has indicated. It came from the CETAs, which one of them is theatre, and also we do receive funding from the SASTA, which usually is the National Science Week funding. So with that said, Madam Chair, our total expenditure has also declined from 31 million to 32 million. And that, of course, gives us a surplus of 1.821 for this 2024-2025 financial year. It is also to note that we are actually pleased and also appreciate the current funding, project funding from the DSTI. It is actually helpful, but of course, it is never sufficient. So as you can see, for 2025, 2026, 2026-27, and also 2027-2028 financial year, the department has actually pledged 30 million for the next 3 years, which we're saying we are grateful. And as indicated, we will, of course, be breaking even, as you can see on our projection. Next slide, CEO. Okay, the next slide, it's the financials or budget for the next 5 years, as is indicated, what it has been audited in 2024-2025. So we are looking at one, which is administrative, and the second one is it's actually programs, which are divided into 5 programs, which one, of course, is CPD and CMP.
Shows the pharmaceutical people.
Can you mute, please?
The second one being policy advisory. The third one being the fourth one, collaborations and partnership. Madam Chair,
we've lost you. I don't know what's going on.
If you can still hear me.
Yes, there's some glitches,
Yes.
Mr. Malana, but yeah, we can proceed. So Chair, perhaps just to come through, since he was just on this last slide, looking at our financials for the next 5 years, and for us, okay, are you back? All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, with some difficulties, it is cutting. Okay, I think since you had covered the slide in terms of the financials, we can then proceed, Chair, in the interest of time, just to look at the strategic risks and some of the resource considerations, because they'll also touch on some of the aspects that Mr. Mangalane wanted to maybe allay to the portfolio committee, especially on our request for more financial resources. And here the strategic risks aligned to our 5 strategic objectives. The first is the ICT infrastructure. As the chair and the committee members may recall that we rely on this ICT infrastructure to ensure that our turnaround time in terms of application processes is quite efficient and effective to ensure timeous registration for our natural scientists then to get their certificates and start practicing. So that is one area that we've identified as a risk. Inefficient enforcement of the professionals. And this is where we want to ensure that there is high professional standards and of course ethical practice among our scientists. So this is where we want to zoom in, and through those strategic initiatives, we want to therefore make those interventions. And another risk that we've looked at is the limited uptake of our lifelong learning programs by the scientists, and especially from the designated groups. And here it becomes, therefore, as part of a mitigation plan for us to be very intentional and engage with the various groups to ensure that there is a high uptake of these very instrumental lifelong learning programs. But importantly, when we look at how therefore we promote our natural scientists, we see that there's inadequate promotion, and how are they relevant and how are they contributing to the, some of the imperatives and especially from the national development, but also engaging with our communities. And the last one really is about ineffective partnerships and collaboration with international partners. And that is where we'll have those strategic intervention. And we've put together a very good strategic risk register that has gone through the council. And we are now looking at, the implementing on a quarterly basis. So, Chair, just looking at the resources and some of the enablers, being a regulatory body, we are currently looking at finalizing the draft amendment bill and working, of course, being spearheaded by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. This becomes a crucial vehicle or instrument, a regulatory document for us, a framework that will strengthen our regulatory function and the enforcement, and ensuring that therefore we improve and enhance, the professionalization agenda, but ensuring that we've got credible and ethical, standards that we are setting for our natural scientists. Organizational capacity, because we need the staff, we need the warm bodies. Currently, we have seen a high turnover of staff due to low remuneration, and also we've got inadequately staffed departments. So we've embarked on a number of exercises, especially the work study, the benchmarking, and currently the organizational design exercise, which will therefore help us have a fit-for-purpose organization and allow us then to successfully execute the 5-year strategy. So what we've seen as we're looking at all of this is that we need highly skilled professionals, especially at the executive level, to drive some of these strategic interventions, but most importantly, from a resource mobilization perspective. This therefore takes us to the financing of the mandate, which is very key. Mr. Mangalane was taking us through the contract funding that we have through the department, and therefore the request, which is already in the pipeline for baseline funding to effectively deliver on the mandate. And this really will help us to ensure that we have a robust ICT system. Looking at our registration, currently it takes us a long time and it creates a lot of frustration and bottlenecks for our scientists, but we also want to utilize this investment to expand our candidate development program, zero rating the candidate scientist fees, and increasing our CPD offerings, and also promoting, the public sector professionalization drive that the president is very passionate about, to ensure that we've got an ethical, capable developmental state, and also, as indicated, enhancing our digitized ICT systems. So this is, in their words, Chair and members of the committee, why professional registration matters. So we've taken just snippets of some of the contributions through various social media platforms on LinkedIn, where the candidates, after getting their SACNAS certificate, you see the excitement where they say they are honored to share that they are now officially registered as a candidate natural scientist with SACNAS. This is recognition by a body that upholds the highest standards for scientists across various disciplines is a significant milestone in my professional journey. So we've looked at the candidates, the professional scientists themselves, strategic partners, what they are saying, and of course the voluntary associations that we work with. So this, Chair, I want to end our presentation really thanking you and the portfolio committee members for this opportunity, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation for their leadership and guidance, the Minister as well as for some of the inputs to further strengthen our mandate and our role within the NSI, but with the work that we're doing to also contribute to national development, the chairperson and also the members of the council for their strategic direction, as well as the management team for ensuring that, we move and we drive these mandates and ensuring that we can then, move the needle forward. I want to thank you, Chair, and that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'll hand over to our chairperson in case there's one or two, or you'll guide us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO Dr. Boko. That concludes our presentation. I also want to reiterate that we really appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to engage with the members of the portfolio committee. But I will also wish to extend the appreciation to the DSTI and the Office of the Minister. I thank you. We are happy to respond to questions, if any. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you, DDG, also for leading the team. I'm now allowing members to ask questions and contributions. If possible, colleagues, you can indicate, like Dr. Tembegwayo have indicated, that very soon she will be driving I think she'll be driving to the sitting today. If there are members that would like to come first, can they indicate in our platform so that I prioritize them? I'll give, I've noted Dr. Tembegwayo, and I've noted Honorable Njadu as number 2, Honorable Sapo as number 3, Honorable Dumelo. Oh, welcome, Dumelo. We're happy that you are back, and I'm sure you are now feeling much better. Any other hand from the members? I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Nkosi. Any other member that wants to ask questions? Going 1, going 2, going 3. Let's start, colleagues. Let's start. I'm starting with Dr. Tembegwayo.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me also pass a word of condolence to our Chairperson for her loss. May his soul's brother rest in peace. My first questions are directed to, and thank for the presenters for all the 3 presentations that were done today. My first set of questions goes to HSRC. And then the first one is, what strategies does the HSRC have for developing and retaining research talent, including support for early career researchers? Number two, what investments are planned in research infrastructures and data systems to support the HSRC's strategic objectives? Number three, responding to the needs of vulnerable and marginalized groups in the society. As you will be responding to the needs of the vulnerable marginalized groups, how will you ensure transparency in addressing their needs? The following question, on climate change and sustainability, how will the HSRC contribute to understanding and addressing climate change impacts and sustainability changes in the country? The following question, how will the HSRC use digital tools like the HSRC Research Chatbot to enhance public engagement and policy support? When will the development of chatbot be completed? To the ASSAF, how does ASSAf evaluate the effectiveness of its science engagement activities in improving public trust and scientific literacy? The second one, how is ASSAf ensuring equitable access to digital tools and scientific knowledge for undeserved communities, underserved communities? The last set of questions goes to SACNASP, something like that. SACNASP, sorry. What cybersecurity measures are in place to protect sensitive data and ensure operational continuity? The second question, what role does continuing professional development play in SACNASP strategy for maintaining professional competency among registered practitioners? Which methods are you using to or intend using to promote awareness and understanding of natural science amongst broader South African communities? And the last question, what mechanisms are in place to evaluate the impact of SACNASP's continuing professional development initiatives? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mchatu.
Thank you very much, honorable members, honorable chairperson, and the department. I just want to welcome the presentation. I will go straight to my submission on the HSRC presentation. Ambitions versus tangibility. The vision promises leadership in transformative research, but the keys output are counted in journal articles and seminars. Given the escalating crisis of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, can the committee be presented with a concrete, measurable theory of change that shows how this academic output will lead to tangible, on-the-ground impact for the most vulnerable South African, rather than just adding to scholarly literature? When we go to structural analysis, the plan identifies reducing inequality as the priority. However, it appears to treat inequality as a technical problem to be solved by research, rather than the structural features of the economy. What specific radical policy prescription is the HSRC prepared to research and advocate for, such as a detailed model for wealthy redistribution, a land reform, or universal basic income that would fundamentally alter the power dynamics and economic structure that perpetuate inequality? Let's go to AI and neo-colonialism. The initiative on AI risks mentions social and ethical consideration. Given that AI is largely developed in global north, will your research explicitly investigate and frame the unregulated import and application of foreign AI system as a new form of digital colonialism? And will you develop the policy framework to protect South African data sovereignty and prevent the entrenchment of neo-colonial power dynamics through technology? Go to AI and inequality. AI has the potential to massively concentrate wealth and power. What specific research will the HSRC undertake to model the impact of AI-driven automation on wealth inequality in South Africa? And what radical policy interventions, such as taxing AI capital or mandating employee-owned AI cooperatives, will you propose to ensure the benefits of AI are distributed equitable and do not further enrich teen elites? Let's go to AI and poverty. The plan is silent on AI's threat to livelihoods. And how will you research the direct link between the adoption of AI in key sectors like mining, agriculture, and services, and the potential for mass job displacement and deepening poverty? What concrete plan do you have to research and advocate for robust state-led social protection systems like universal basic income to act as a buffer against the poverty this technology shift may cause? And mention just transition in the mining sector. Given the immense power of cooperative interest in this space, how will the HSRC ensure its research centers to voices and futures of mining affected communities and workers, and avoid producing a finding that merely greenwash corporate driven transition that leave people behind? Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me end here for now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Nchatu. Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good day to you. honorable members and everyone in the meeting. I've just got a few questions, Chair, for me, but let me start by saying, can we request entities to minimize graphics when they're doing presentations, because they're making it very difficult, one, to follow them, and they make it very difficult to read them. If they can minimize them and make presentations to be simple as much as they can be very disruptive at some stage. But Chair, moving from that, let me start with the first entity. One, to check, Uba, what are the specific strategies that the entity will employ to make sure that there is an effective dissemination and uptake of the research findings? I'm raising that, Chair, because when you conduct a research, there are findings, of course, and the recommendations made. But now, how do you then make sure that those findings find expressions, both on the policy makers, stakeholders, and the vulnerable community, to make sure that at least they are effective to the community? I'd want to check what are the strategies are they going to use. The second thing, Chair, is given the broad scope of the strategic priorities, how will then the entity measure the success and evaluate along the way the progress towards achieving the outcomes? Just one example, the societal transformation and inclusive growth. That's the two from the first entity, Chair. On the second presentation, which was ASSAf, I think, I want to check, Chair, how is the entity plan to ensure that there is a sustainable long-term funding for its expanding scientific engagement activities? I'm raising that, Chair, because yes, the entity does have some revenue streams, but now how do they make sure that they implement and diversify its revenue streams to make sure that there is a sustainability beyond government funding? The last two questions that I have, Chair, is to the last entity. Taking into consideration the global tensions, Chair, and economic stagnation, what will be then the impact on international collaboration initiatives to those that are on the pipeline and to those that they were planning? The last thing, Chair, is given a reliance on securing the 30 million in baseline funding, what then would be the contingency plan that are in place to make sure if this funding does not fully realize or it got delayed, what will be then the contingency? What are the contingency plan to make sure that at least there is no gap, even if then they are struggling to meet that baseline? Those are the things, Chair, that I wanted to raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramgal.
Thank you, Chair, and I also welcome the presentations. But yeah, I'd like to pass my condolences to the chairperson on her loss, and I hope that she'll be covered by grace during this very difficult time. I think, Chair, my first question is really for all entities that presented today, because I think it cuts across all of them as a matter of grave concern, but I've been covered mainly by Dr. Thembekwayo. So I think firstly, when you hear that things like budget cuts also poses a huge hindrance to these entities, which leads to really an over-reliance on government grants so that you are able to do your work with, proper due diligence. What I would like to know is whether there are alternatives into sourcing funding elsewhere so that you are able to do your work, and that and who have you spoken to in terms of things like partnerships and collaborations, and how far are you with those discussions when it comes to assistance with funding your entities, if at all? I think even my next question is applicable to all entities again. And I would like to know what mechanisms have you internally instituted to cut costs? Have you looked at doing some maybe operational changes and perhaps other cross-cutting measures to ensure that your entities stay afloat in the unfortunate circumstances of the current fiscal constraints? And my last question is for ASSAf. I think it is very important that we have, entities like ASSAf for, especially providing what you have labeled as evidence-based science advice to government and other stakeholders on critical issues of national and global importance. And with your vision that states, and I quote, increased value of science in society. And I see that you have, exciting programs lined up. Like, you talk about hosting the Science S20. What I would like to know is, what is the end goal? What do you seek to achieve with hosting such an initiative, or what do you plan to get out of it? What really is the ultimate benefit of hosting the S20? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just had a little bit of trouble to get my button. I want to know, firstly, to the HSRC, if we take Honorable Njaru's input on the whole AI phenomenon, I want to add another perspective which you could maybe respond to, and that is that such an coherent revolution, technological revolution like AI creates the opportunity for countries which got left behind in previous technological advances to catch up, and that one could approach it as a challenge. How are we going to prevent the concentration of wealth in current hands, even greater concentrations? But I would think that it would be even more appropriate to say what strategies do we have to maybe let South Africa and Africa as a whole catch up with the global north. I think very similar to what China has been and is doing in the mobility sector with electrical cars, with which they caught up the whole distance which divided themselves and, let's say, the US or German auto manufacturers. And then I just want to confirm something about SACNASP and the Academy of Sciences of South Africa. The Council of Natural Science Professionals, I believe, or if I understand correctly, it is a professional body like, let's say, the South African Council of Educators or the Medical Council or something like that. And the presentation contained information about the participation of professionals, natural science professionals in the council. I just want to confirm whether it is mandatory for natural science professionals to be members, like a teacher has no choice whether he or she wants to be a member of the Council of Educators, or is it something that science professionals can go without? And then I would also maybe it's part of this, I just want to make sure, what is it that the Council of Natural Sciences professionals, whatever, does which ASSAf cannot do, and vice versa. And just if somebody could confirm, I don't know which institution exactly would do that, but the Human Sciences Council or something, I can't remember, but they also report to this committee. Is that the humanities or the social sciences counterpart of the professional body which informed us today, or is that again something different? I just, you said what it is that you do, but if I could phrase it like that, what is it that you do, each of the two today, which no other institution can do, the unique role which can only be played by this institution? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mazon.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the entities for their presentations today. Chair, of course, my condolences to our Chairperson, and our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. Chairperson, we've heard a lot today and we've had to digest a lot today. And once again, I would like to place it on record that I think that when we deal with entities of the magnitude that we are today, there should be certainly more time allocated so that we can digest piece by piece. And I would agree with my colleague, Honourable Sapo, that when going through these kind of presentations, the speed at which they are handled does not give one enough time to interrogate things correctly. But be that as it may, I realise we're all under time constraints and no one likes to waste time. Chair, a lot has been said about AI, and this is basically what my particular concern is, and what I'd like to hear from the entities. The AI revolution is here. It started. It's here to stay. And I think that there are a large amount of conspiracy theories that exist in the world today, some of which perhaps have some place for concern, others simply because AI is fundamentally misunderstood, create concern, others just because of the overuse of social media by people who are not scientists and are not in the field, project an image of absolute world destruction and chaos arriving through the use of AI. Chair, from all the inputs that I've heard from various colleagues, many of which I must say I don't agree with, but many I do see the valid points to. It seems to me that it's screaming, Chairperson, for some kind of regulator to be in place immediately, to help a country such as South Africa navigate the field that AI will lead us into. It's not a field that I think that we need to be frightened of, but I think it's a field that we need to be completely prepared in. The world itself is preparing. Chair, and I must say this committee itself heard on many occasions during our various oversights that we've undertaken in our year and a bit being a portfolio committee, that scientists themselves were telling us that their new field of study is going to be in that of AI. So, Chair, I suppose to sum it up, my question to the entities will be, what exactly should this portfolio committee, the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, and I emphasize innovation because we're a committee that promotes innovation. We don't view it as something frightening. We view it as something that can only enhance our country, and we want it to enhance our country. So what do we as a portfolio, in terms of the entities, and they can all answer because it goes across all the entities that are presented today, what is their request to us as a portfolio committee that we legislate for, that we concern ourselves around, and what possible problems could arise that we as a portfolio should be made aware of by scientists who deal with these particular issues every single day. Chair, my second question would be, and again, my colleague touched on the Science G20 that happens in October and asked what the long game is. Chair, not only what the long game is, but where do we and how does this portfolio committee, because we have certain powers as a portfolio committee, what is required of this portfolio committee to enhance what we can present as a country at the G20 science section of G20? What should we be pushing for in Parliament? What should we be making sure is happening? And if it's not happening, that we hold those departments to account. And Chair, my last question, because time is of the essence, would be in terms of the fact that we are a generation of people that have now lived through a pandemic. And let's be honest, we now look back on it and we all say, we can't believe the entire world shut down for a period of time. And we're also a country that went through the world's longest lockdown that happened. In these plannings and strategic plannings, Chair, is enough emphasis being placed on the globalization that the world is going through, the fact that the world is now a village, and that world pandemics are now something that just has to be factored in? I see it touched on here and there, but I'd like to hear from the entities what a firm and solid plan is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masoni. Honorable Fosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, after listening and going through the presentations, I have noted, Honorable Chair, that the Human Sciences Research Council Strategic Plan 2025 to 2030 actually reflects a forward-thinking approach to harnessing social science research for societal transformation, actually, and emphasizing mostly on themes such as reducing inequality, fostering employment, and addressing socio-political challenges like your democracy, peace, and social cohesions. Chair, I think the plan actually prioritizes innovative initiatives like Human Resource Development Observatory, Future of Democracy Research, and digital platforms such as e-participation. But Chair, despite these strategic ambitions, my concerns arise around the organization's capacity to sustain these initiatives from the stagnant economic environment with constrained public resources. Chair, the plan's focus is actually on expanding the research collaborations and flagship projects, and capacity building efforts actually requires a significant financial investment. I'm just concerned, Chair, or want to hear from HSRC's plan to ensure a sustained funding and financial resilience to support its strategic initiatives amid economic stagnation and geopolitical uncertainties that we face today. Chair, secondly, I wanted to check, how does HSRC plan to demonstrate the policy impact and societal relevance of its research outputs, particularly in terms of reducing inequalities, poverty, and creating employment, which are the national pressing issues currently? Chair, also going through the presentation, in particular on the program of developmental, capable, and ethical state, which is a very good program, Chair, that actually deals with research, dedicating it to improving the performance of the state. Remember, Chair, the effectiveness of government is a perennial concern in South Africa. So research in this program is essential for identifying governance challenges. For instance, challenges like corruption and lack of accountability, and proposing also solutions to such. So this aligns, Chair, directly with the National Development Plan's goal of building a capable and ethical state. So, Chair, I wanted to check with HSRC, how will they ensure its research on governance is independent and robust? And what measures are in place to ensure that critical findings are not suppressed? And how will the HSRC work with government department to implement the recommended reforms and improvements? Chair, question number 4 is, how will the HSRC strengthen its capacity to conduct interdisciplinary and policy-relevant research in emerging areas like artificial intelligence risk, mental health, and social media ethics? Lastly, Chair, on HSRC is, what mechanisms are in place to foster and sustain meaningful collaborations with governmental agencies, your international partners, and local communities as to enhance research impact? Chair, on ASSAf, I only wanted to check, Chair. I think there's only 3 questions I have on ASSAf. The first one will be, how will the entity balance investment in high-cost scholarly publishing with other strategic priorities? And secondly, what mechanisms are in place to monitor and improve efficiency of resource utilization across all programs? And lastly, Chair, on ASSAf is, how does ASSAf plan to track the implementation and impact of its policy advice? And what mechanisms are in place to ensure that its reports lead to tangible policy changes? Chair, lastly will be on SACNASP. I just wanted to check on SACNASP, how realistic are the registration growth targets given the current industry and economic participation levels? And secondly, Chair, I wanted to check what measures are being taken to mitigate the risk related to ICT infrastructure deficits. Lastly, Chair, on SACNASP is that I wanted to check, how does SACNASP plan to streamline the application processes further to reduce the waiting times, especially for the international qualifications? Those are the questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm sure I'm not leaving anyone here who has raised the hand. Before I hand over, I just want to check, firstly, on saying I support what Honorable Mazoni was saying in terms of advocating for funding for the 3 entities. But I have just question on HSRC. There is an income where it's indicated it's a rental income. What is it? Do they own a building, or do they own a place where they get income from? And that, if that is the case, it will mean they need to look at more on of those issues, of those income activities. On ASSAf and the grants that they are getting and going forward, it's very good that your statement is not any cause for concern. So in terms of the grants, I've seen that you have grants. There's where you are indicating that you have grants. Do you only rely on government grants? There are no other grants that you pursue, and on SACNASP, yeah, your net surplus. It's good that you have that net surplus. And my question is to the CFO: what is the plan going forward in ensuring that at least we as an entity, you are able to get at least more surplus than the deficit share in this? And the other question is on working with SETA. I think there's on the SETAs, there's one entity that spoke about working with SETAs. Is it not an option for the three entities to have all of them working relation with the SETAs so that they can source more funding for your activities? And the last one, for also all the three entities, you all touched on the issue of which is a challenge, the issue of unemployment, the issue of job creation. I'm just checking if it's not in your plan of doing some research amongst them, in particular the previously disadvantaged communities, doing some research on how can we improve our mindset, how can we improve on getting to the phase of being employers as South Africans, studying what is being done, what the trend previously, what was the trend that led us to have employers, industries that comes from our country when it comes to the beneficiation of what we already have, the minerals that we have in the country. How can we use that to the advantage so that we can have you can assist the government to work towards advocating for more employers being created within the country and within our societies? That will be my request to the three entities. Can I then hand over back to DDG Zwane and the three entities? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to hand over to the HSRC first, and then followed by ASSAf and then SACNASP, and then would request that the DDGs that are here, whose portfolio some of the entities fall under, would then present the closing remarks, or in terms of what we can contribute from the questions, and then I'll close and hand back to Chair, starting with Dr. Lubisi. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG Zwane. Thank you to the chair of the meeting, Honorable Mkhunu. I will deploy most of the responses to our executive. I just want to make a few quick remarks. Firstly, there was a question around alternative funding. What have we done to access alternative funding in the wake of the current geopolitical complications occasioned by decisions taken in Washington, D.C.? It should be remembered, Honorable Chairperson, that the occasions of Washington, of decisions taken in Washington, D.C., started just a few months ago, in January this year, when a new administration came in. And without warning, several programs were cut throughout the world, and not only throughout the world, in the United States itself. Universities such as Harvard, New York, and others were affected by this in terms of their research activities. We had relied on partners such as the US, Europe, and other jurisdictions to partner with us in terms of doing research. But we have also partnered with South African departments, South African entities, and others to do research, which also creates an alternative source of funding. We have taken the decision as the board, working with the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, that we have to increase the speed at which we seek partnerships elsewhere, particularly within the BRICS family and on our own continent, and looking at other countries in the East and Southeast Asia. Now, that's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a struggle to replace the quantum that we lost through the Trump administration's decisions. It's not going to happen overnight. We won't come here and tell you that next week there will be funding from elsewhere. It's going to take blood and sweat to replace that amount of money. And that's not only unique to the HSRC, nor is it unique to even the Department of Health, as you understand the cut in the HIV funding. It affects the whole world. So the whole world is going to be shifting towards the same regions that we are mentioning. So there is going to be a scramble, and within ourselves, inside the country, we are going to be trying to look at other sources of funding, but it's not going to be overnight. I can promise you that. So that's a general comment which I thought I should just alert the portfolio committee. It's not going to be easy. Secondly, Chair, there were several members asked questions around how we make our research findings accessible, largely to policymakers, to ordinary people, etc., etc. The HSRC does a lot of what we call public communication of science, and doing so in a manner that particular audiences understand what we are saying, because we speak to various audiences. We don't speak to one audience. We speak to policymakers, we speak to academics, we speak to the ordinary public, we speak to funding partners, we speak to various constituencies, and therefore, whenever we speak to whomever we speak, we have to package whatever we say in a manner that is fairly understood and in a manner that is usable to those we communicate with. For instance, the HSRC on an annual basis, and it's in our plans, we host seminars with various stakeholders. We host dialogues. We host workshops, and these are held live sometimes. Sometimes they're held through virtual platforms. We publish some of these recordings on our YouTube page. You would find all of this in our web page. So it's there. It's there. We also publish various our research through various other means. We issue journal articles. We attend conferences, and we organize conferences. We issue seminar papers. We issue even pamphlets in some instances. We issue research reports. We issue chapters in books. We issue policy briefs. When we do certain research, we issue a policy brief and we say, this is what the research says. This is what the evidence says. This then from here flows the following options for policymakers. But we don't dictate policy because we are not in the game of policy making. We are in the game of policy advice. So we shouldn't be expected to produce policy. We should be expected to give policy advice. So that's critical. We issue books. We have blogs in the HSRC, and there was a question around when the chatbot will be ready. I'll leave that to our officials to deal with. Finally, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation and ourselves, a few years ago, established what's called the Policy Action Network. And that basically aims to connect policy decision-making with researchers. Again, trying to ensure that whatever research we do finally lands with the appropriate people who take policy decisions. So we've created that network, which makes it slightly easier for the contact between research and policy. Finally, Chairperson, you asked so that we make it easy for you. You asked what is the rental income. Chair, if you go to Pretoria Street in Pretoria, one of the tallest buildings on that street is the HSRC building. It belongs to the HSRC. And in that building are the headquarters of the Department of Social Development. They are based there with us in that building. So that's where the rental income comes from, largely comes from. So it will clarify you, but in a few months' time, you might hear us saying that we have sold the building, because this decision was taken even before the current board and the current CEO, due to the difficulties of maintaining the building. But that's just to quickly indicate that's where rental income comes from. I leave it to the CEO to deploy various members of our executive to respond to most of the questions. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Lubisi, and honorable members for the extensive comments and question. I must say it is very encouraging to have a committee that engages with our work so effectively. There are questions, and for expediency, I have grouped the following in the questions in this manner. The chairperson has already addressed the first theme on funding. He has also addressed the issue on engagement. I think largely from our side as HSRC and listening very closely and attentively to the questions, I think they are for us about the vision and mission of the HSRC. As the chairperson has alluded, ours is indeed to influence policy, but not to do policy, but ensure that we do relevant policy work and research in partnership with government, with communities, with other important stakeholders, including the private sector. All of our work will always resonate with those partnerships, and this is why in most instances, most of the time, when you see us launch our research, it is always with, for example, the IEC, for example, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Health, for example, National Treasury. So that's important. I think that speaks to what members are asking around what is our research impact. And our research impact is almost immediate given the uptake of our work, given our partnerships with various stakeholders. There are also very specific questions around some of the themes. So maybe let me allocate the following thematics to the executives of HSRC. Dr. Mzikazi Nduna will take issues around ethics. Professor Charlene Swartz will take issues around AI and data, and there was a lot of that, and I'm glad that we have a division dedicated to that. On dissemination and engagement, as I said, our chairperson has already engaged with that, but if there's anything specific, Dr. Ditaunyane, that you want to take up, please feel free to add. Let me just raise three quick issues. On inequality, of course, in part of our strategy, and we've just alluded to that, we are engaging on a broader longitudinal survey on inequalities in South Africa, and I want again to support the questions and comments that have been raised very sharply on inequalities in this country. So, honourable member, we are alive to the issues that you are raising, and we want to pursue them. On climate change, again, point well made and accepted. We have are currently planning a conference, a follow-up conference. Is not the first conference on climate change, and this time it will take place. Last time it was in Mozambique, given our joint program with Mozambique, and particularly on climate change and the effects thereof. This time it will happen in Namibia. On emerging researchers and our support, again, our strategic outcome number 4 speaks to specific training that we are giving to our emerging researchers, not just conferencing, but also tangible skills, from soft skills to hard skills, from entrepreneurial skills to even issues around gender and social cohesion. There's a lot that can be said, and I again support the chairperson and Honorable Sapo on the need to engage further, and hopefully when we invite the portfolio committee to our various engagements, that's when some of the work and some of the questions will be answered. Without wasting further time, let me allow Professor Charlene to come first, Dr. Mzi and Dr. Ditaunyane and our CFO, if there's anything. Charlene?
Good afternoon, honourable members and colleagues and DDGs. So the AI questions were the ones that there were a lot of them, and I want to particularly respond to Honourable Mjadu's, how do we respond to digital neocolonialism? And I suppose in brief, our answer must be to develop Pan-African solidarities and Global South solidarities, and that's really what we've been trying to do. We've tried a 4-pronged approach to our AI research and strategy. The first is capacity development of our own staff, but also of emerging researchers at universities. And we've been running capacity development workshops on AI and digitalization across the country as our staff and time allows. Our research has been funded largely by, and here's a caveat, by the Facebook Foundation, by the MasterCard Foundation, by the IDRC. We've got some proposals there. And so we're trying to be very careful about who we accept research funding from because of the danger of neocolonialism and the data sovereignty issues that we have. However, we are continuing with quite a lot of that research through Pan-African collaborations and solidarities. And one of them is on African Youth Futures, which is funded by the MasterCard Foundation, but that includes countries like Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Ethiopia. And that's been really important because we're thinking about our own national sovereignties in that, but also trying to make sure that young people have access to AI. We are developing AI agents, not using the large language models from the US because of their stated imperialism around wanting to be, kind of the biggest producer of AI technology. And so we've been using some of the Chinese search engines, large language models, and we've also been creating our own data servers in which to actually train these agents. So one question about when the bot will be ready that we spoke about the last time we were in Parliament, the problem is that the technology keeps changing. And so every time we think we're ready, we see the weaknesses of our model, and we see what has come out. And so by creating our own large language model on a server at the HSRC, we think it will be a stronger model. But we will let you know as soon as it's ready, because it is something that we want to put out for the public to use to access our research. And then finally, the ethics and policy. Honorable Mazzoni said, what do we need from this committee? And it does feel like it's time for there to be a cross-government, cross-entity forum to look at the kinds of policies that we need to regulate AI and data more carefully, but also to make sure that those who are vulnerable and marginalized have better access to it. The second question was just around our data infrastructure, and we are working on that, but it is something that costs money. And so many of our surveys are curated and open access to the public, to university students, but that is something that we need to spend more investment on. Thank you very much, Chair of the HSRC.
Thanks, Charlene. MZ?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee. There's a few questions, Chair, if you allow me, that I will touch on because they relate to the questions around ethics, translation of research into policy and practice. So I will be taking a few questions, but linking them together. There was a question around the HSRC's recruitment and retention, and even though Dr. Tetanyana will speak to that, I want to also mention that we are now taking very seriously our recruitment policies. You will see in the recent adverts, for example, that we now prioritize applicants from South Africans, but we also have put into action our language policy to make sure that our scientists who are responsible for the writing of the HSRC outcomes speak the South African languages. So we've added, for example, for our editors and reviewers, that they should be able to speak one language, even though the output might still be in English, but the meanings behind and the understandings will be influenced by these policies that we are now putting in place. And we are hoping that those recruitment and retention strategies will work. We have also in our internal capacity development project been able to see that our turnover is low at the HSRC and our long service is high, and you can look that up when you look at our report. I also wanted to touch on the issue of inequity in terms of AI and how important it is for our work, which is on engaged research, to prioritize partnerships between the HSRC, the private sector, and the public sector. And we know that will harness the resources. I think I'm adding to Professor Swart's comment on how to unlock and harness resources beyond the parliamentary grant, and that should be through our collaborations. I do want to make specific examples for the benefit of the honorable members so that they can look them up. For example, in terms of our community engaged projects, recently one of our research outputs, which was the book on the Jaskei River, was translated by an NGO in Alex into tangible work that is responsible for cleaning the Jaskei River, because the book was a research on that. So with this HSRC community, organizations working together, we are able to then, in the process, and also when we release and launch the outcomes, to link that immediately to the work that is happening and continue to support that work. So we will be continuing to do this with this model in terms of our research outputs. In the past, we did not work in this way, because in the past we would launch the books, but we would not link them to community projects, which meant that there was no evidence of the translation of our work into policy and practice. There was also a question about interventions that the HSRC is working on. I think Professor Swart has answered that in terms of AI, but I want to add that the HSRC has launched a flagship project on science diplomacy, and that is one of the ways in which we are addressing what the honorable member, I think Mjadu, mentioned as an unregulated impact of foreign AI systems into the country. We locate South Africa within the broader continent, because what is happening in South Africa is not independent of what is happening in the continent. And recently, we had an engagement through our partners at DECO with the diplomatic community, so that when we address these, we address them not only in South Africa, but beyond South Africa. We do hope that the 10-day training that will be a regular annual training on science diplomacy will help us in terms of pushing back as a bloc rather than only as a country in terms of foreign AI systems that are unregulated. So our curriculum for that also has AI for the diplomatic community. We also, in terms of, there's a question again on the state-led, responses that are influenced by our work. You will notice, for example, one of the recent work around parental leave, which is a recent thing, is influenced largely by our work on families and fatherhood, and that is how the work has translated into policies. The work has translated and supported also the National Food Security Systems Plan, which you can also link to our surveys on food security. So I think those were the questions. The Research Ethics Committee of the HSRC has increased its work to now include research integrity and research governance, which is beyond only looking at the ethics committee work, but also to look into regulation of research nationally in terms of research integrity. So we also demonstrating that work. And the research governance and integrity over and above the ethics committee will also ensure the independence of the work of the HSRC. There was a question, I think it was from Honorable Kosi, around ensuring that our research is independent and robust, and that is regulated from the governance office of the HSRC, which is also a new governance section. I think the last one was the one again around how we're going to ensure that this work is taken forward. I think even though Dr. Tanywana will answer to that, I think it's important that we mention that we have a new approach now to MOUs that prioritizes outputs and outcomes, and the tracking system that we have developed is going to help us to demonstrate the impact of our work with our partners in the communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mzi. Chair, maybe if you just allow one comment from the CFO. CFO? Yeah, comment.
Thank you, CEO. Obviously, a couple of questions was raised about the sustainability of the HSRC. Just quickly, our CEO came up with the phrase, and it's catching on, living within our means. So first of all, we do make sure that we live within our means and not past it, so that we can remain sustainable. Obviously, we've got MOUs as indicators and partnerships. That's how we're going to get through this. We've taken a lot of the cost containment measures into the organization, making sure that we spend prudently where we have the financial resources available. We also have shared resources within the organization, making sure that we stretch our rands a bit further so that we can come through. Another item is outsourcing versus insourcing. One of the discussion items we had is where we are lacking some of the IT skills, but paying 42,000 Rand a year to rather get that externally is making much more economical sense than to appoint somebody to do it in the organization. As the chairperson alluded into our building, just to give a bit more feedback, currently it's a 14-story building, of which floors number 2 to 9 we're renting out to DSD. So the HSRC is not even occupying 50% of the building, and we are in the process of selling that. Largely the money coming from that rental is used to maintain that building. So there will definitely be savings when we sell the building, and we'd rather rent a building than owning a building, as our main purpose is to do research and not maintain buildings. Thank you, CEO.
Thanks, CFO and Chairperson. I hope that we've covered all questions, and thank you very much. Much appreciated. That's it from HSRC.
Thank you. The next entity, ASSAf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Looking at time, I'll also be very brief and hand over to our executive officer and the team to take over some of the questions. I think broadly speaking, I must say this, most of the questions that have been asked are articulated in some of the documents that we've shared in the public space. We have submitted a detailed strategic plan and an annual performance plan, which gives more detail to the presentation that we gave. But there is a document that answers particularly 2 questions that came from Honorable Thembekwayo and a few other members of the committee. The measuring of effectiveness of our scientific engagement, and also making sure that there is equitable access to the digital tools to underserved communities. There is a document on science engagement strategy, which was published by ASSAf in 2024 February, which gives details in terms of how we've been thinking around engaging the broader public at large. We did speak about issues of equity engagement or equity redress in everything that we do. But then I'll allow the executive officer to elaborate a bit more on this. There are just 2 things that I want to talk to very quickly. The one is on diversification of funding. It's true that most of our revenue at this stage comes from government grant. We also get a bit from publications and maybe very, very little from subscriptions by membership. But we've started thinking seriously about diversification of funding for financial sustainability purposes. And one of the untapped areas, something that we haven't done the way or to the extent we ought to in the past, is working closely with our industrial partners. The policies that we seek to inform to our engagement as ASSAf do affect our industrial partners in one way or another. The CEO here, Prof. Sudia, spoke about the quadruple helix that we talk about. We've got industry, academia, government on one side, and the society. But we have not really involved the private sector in most of the things that we do. And our experience, particularly in universities, because most of us work in universities as well, is that the industry is ready to really assist us in our scientific engagement. And ASSAf is not a spectator in that regard. ASSAf should be fully involved. So we are looking very closely in bringing our industrial partners closer, or the private sector in particular, closer to the initiatives that we embark on. And we strongly believe that through that, there could be significant financial leverage that comes with that, of course, deriving from mutual benefits between industry and ASSAf in one way or another. So that is one way that we are thinking of diversifying our funding in the short term, because that one, in my opinion, is what I would say, using loose language, low-hanging fruit. And then Honorable Monga to ask a very, very pertinent question here. What is the end goal behind this S20 that the Academy of Science is chairing at the moment? The end goal is really to make sure that we come up with a statement. It was mentioned earlier that for this year, the theme is on climate change, and the theme for this year is climate change and planetary sustainability. So we have to, planetary well-being. So we just have to make sure that we formulate a statement that is ultimately going to inform the G20 in November. Using looking at our trajectory, we started in February looking at the statement on climate change and well-being. We are now at a point where we are almost ready to get the signatures from all the member countries after long deliberations that involved all parties. And we strongly believe that if that statement could make it to policy ultimately, and this is a global framework, it will then, of course, inform how we do things at ground level in all the countries that are involved in the G20. And I think the end game is to make sure that in everything that we do, we take climate change very, very closely with the ultimate goal of human and planetary well-being. So I think the end goal is the informed policy come November this year with the G20. And then the cutting of costs, ASSAf has been cutting costs for a very long time now. We are a very, very, very small organization, by the way, compared to other entities. You would have seen from our revenue as well. So, but with that, we still cut costs as much as we can. And in terms of, this was Honorable Nkosi, the impact of how do we make sure that our advice leads to tangible policy changes? I think the long and short on that one is that we work very closely with government on an ongoing basis. So we report to the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and at all times we make sure that everything that we do is within their purview. And with that, we are very close to government policy. I will then maybe hand over to you at this point, Professor Sudyal, but maybe just before I do that, Honorable Mkhunu mentioned something very pertinent here, the beneficiation as a poverty alleviation lever. I really, really think that of all the options that we have as a country, beneficiation is one of the options we have not fully leveraged on in terms of making sure that we make inroads to poverty, unemployment, and inequality. There is a lot of work happening in that regard, Honorable Mkhunu, at universities in particular. Some of us are involved in that, but it is not at this stage fully underpinned by national policy. And I think it is there that ASSAf could play a very big role in making sure that we spearhead the formulation of policy that drives beneficiation as a way to alleviate poverty. I think I'll stop here for now and hand over to you, Prof. Sudyal, to handle the rest of the questions.
Thank you, Prof. Majosi. You've actually done a great job in addressing most of the issues. But I'd just like to add on the questioners of how does ASSAf evaluate effectiveness on science engagement to improve trust? Wow, that's a hard one, because we can do our work and we can look at the scores on the average publication and how much of revenue, etc. you generate, the averaging that guides our publications and visibility. But it's very, very hard to evaluate that concept of trust. But all I would want to add to that, honorable members, is that when you get asked as an academy to co-partner, to do things with NGOs and other entities, etc., and even from community-based organizations, then at least you get a sense that people who are aware of you recognize what you're doing. They have trust in your abilities, And so they approached you. Some of the things that we have done to take science out of the ivory towers and the university spaces and buildings is to build on going out into communities. This year, during July, when we celebrate Mandela Month, ASSAf has been engaging with an old age home. So we facilitate activities to support the aged and people with disabilities, and took science into the space where such a community would otherwise not be aware of who we are and what we do. And we brought medical related issues. We told them about some of the work we're doing, and listen to them as to what their issues are to help us guide our activities. In previous engagements with this community, with this particular committee, you have asked us what are we doing in such scenarios, and we took heed of your recommendations, and we are building on what I call our legacy project. What would be the legacy of the academy going forward? In addition to this, I have colleagues who are engaging with schools particularly in areas that are not resourced with web-based interfaces, etc., like some of the private schools have access, etc. And those of us who have excelled in our individual careers in sciences bring this science content to young scholars, and particularly in cases where high schools do not have laboratories, etc. We try to make practical type engagements available through the resources we have within the membership as well as the secretariat. So we also enjoy partnerships with SASTA, with the DSTI's science engagement framework, etc. And our motto at ASSAf is not to walk alone. We walk jointly with our other stakeholders so that we deliver in unison to issues where visibility is required. Prof. Majosi has addressed issues about sustainability, and the chairperson of HSRC has kind of scoped out the environment in which we are operating at the moment, with all the costs coming with tariffs and cost cuts internationally, etc. This is of dire consequences, and we once again want to applaud the minister for mobilizing some of the great minds within entities and other university stakeholders to help guide the DSTI on how we deal with this. And I am hopeful that the minister is also in discussion with his other ministries and counterparts so that we have a kind of collective discussion on how we deal with issues, not just for entities, but on the bigger scale at entity level, and more specifically for how we manage science within the spectrum of funding and financial resources to ensure that we do not wait for the North. As Honorable Member Boshoff asked, what are we doing in the global South to mirror or to do better than our colleagues in the global North? We are in partnership with the BRICS members through the BRICS Academy and the BRICS Plus. We're in partnership with the Inter-Academy Partnership, which is the international aggregation of academies across the globe, and other networks to bring the internationalization concept into our almost daily types of activities so that we don't lag behind. And we address the commonalities that we share with other people in the global South to be able to leave a footprint that we as national countries and continent of Africa, we can work together. ASSAf works very closely with NASAC, the Network of Academies on the African continent, and we help support many of the other less fortunate resourced academies to do things in partnership and also to support them. And we have been the recipients of small grants done collectively not as big to ensure sustainability, probably in light of what you have imagined that we should be thinking of. I also want to talk a little bit about how do we manage costs across costs and resources across all programs. Colleagues, as the Executive Officer of the Academy, I work very closely with our council and the management staff and other staff within the Academy as we plan our Academy annual performance plans. And I am very, very particular that we need to focus on what we put in our plans. It must be outcome driven, and it must have the humanitarian qualities of directing the activities we do. Very often we have these dangling carrots in front of us to kind of steer outside of our immediate mandate. And I'm very, very cautious to engage with my managers not to take on things that are outside of the brief, because that just dilutes our effectiveness on our delivery and our impact, and also makes a bigger dent on the financial resources. So planning and management of activities is crucial to ensure that resource allocation across all programs is managed strategically, and also to kind of put the fulcrum between the balance between cost on the one hand and what it is we would like to do. So in terms of Honourable Member Nkosi's questions of how we balance high cost and publication, etc., these are some of the collective strategies that we put into place. How do we track policy advice? As our members, colleagues from the HSRC has said, we don't make policy, but we do research to support policy advice. And the recommendations that we put forward from these consensus studies are there to drive some action to the governmental departments that are best aligned to be able to execute these. Of course, we defer to our hosting governmental body, the DSTI, to help us to be able to take some of the ideas across to other entities, because unlike for example, this Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, where you have the bird's eye view of everything that's going on in the national footprint on science, technology, and innovation, we have to work in partnership to be able to understand what other entities and other governmental departments are doing. And that is why we like the kind of stakeholder engagements we have with other entities to do things together. There was a question by Member Boshoff about how ASSAf's mandate and that of SACNASP can be delineated. And I'm sure SACNASP will talk a little bit more about how their policies and memberships are steered. But I just wanted to say, from the ASSAf perspective, we are a membership-based organization, and our membership is based on nomination and election of our members. So some of the other requirements for being a member does not particularly fit as it would be to be a member of the HPCSA for health and with SACNASP for natural sciences. So hopefully that comes out a little bit better. And then the chairperson also asked a question about how do we address the high unemployment and what is our plan using research for things like this. Chair, we try to have a space in advancing skills at the level of early career scientists, engaging with youth. We have the South African Young Academy of Science that we host and work closely together with to address youth-related activities, etc., and as well as the Organization for Women in Science in the Developing World to ensure the sustainability of research and membership of participation in science by women scientists. So we work closely with all of them. But when it comes to what can ASSAf do to fix the unemployment, we look to our Standing Committee on Poverty etc., to help guide some of the national dialogue. I always chirp that ASSAf has the power of, cement, of bringing the various blocks together and cementing ideas by stakeholder dialogue and engagement. And hopefully, Chair, through those sorts of activities, we can contribute in a small way to advancing the kind of thinking towards alleviation of poverty, unemployment, and inequity. I think those are some of the outstanding issues. Our chair has dealt with cost curtailment. We're still web-based in most of our activities. I have limited travel until those that are absolutely necessary. We mostly work virtually. We have downsized in terms of our premises to cut costs in rentals, etc. And like the HSRC, we also resort to outsourcing for some of our activities. I hope I have provided some insight to some of the outstanding issues. And I also want to echo a huge thanks to this committee for engaging with us on science issues and hopefully some of the issues of commonality, if it is possible for us to have joint webinars with the PPC and the entities, would be a great way for us to jointly, with your guidance and your bird's eye view of how science and STI is run in the country, that we could work together much, much more closely. Thank you to our chair and to the members for your questions, and I hope we have done justice in the responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can I give the opportunity to SACNASP to respond to the questions?
Thank you, Chair. I wish to appreciate the comments and the questions that were directed towards SACNASP. For the interest of time, I will request the CEO and management team to address the questions, and then I'll wrap up later on and elucidate if there is a need to do so. CEO, please assist.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And also on the various questions, we've grouped them according to the various themes, starting on the questions that pertains to registration, science awareness, the CPD and impact, then regulatory, our ICT system, finance, and also our mandate, SACNASP. So maybe just to start then with the registration, there was a question in terms of how realistic are our registration growth targets, given the current participation levels and the economy. So what we have done as we're embarking on our 5-year strategy was to look at the trends over the 5 years. And I must say that the targets are realistic. We've grown the database to nearly 20,000, over 20,000 professionals currently. And as I indicated during the presentation, over just the last 5 years, we had 12,451 registrations to start with. So meaning that we'll have that 30 plus registered scientists by the time we reach 2030. So also looking at some of the key strategic initiatives, for example, the presidential mandate to professionalize the public sector, and also the work that we're doing now to strengthen the SACNASP bill, it is expected to yield even higher registration numbers. I think the committee may be aware of the occupation-specific dispensation. Quite a number of government departments are already implementing this OSD to ensure that it talks to the professionalization of the public sector. We're engaging also with the private sector as they look at employability or employment opportunities and recruitment. They also want to see, SACNASP registration certificates. So we are very much comfortable that we'll reach this target. And then moving on to the other question on whether registration with SACNASP is mandatory or voluntary. This really speaks to our NSP Act, Section 18(2). In particular, states that no person may practice in any of the fields of practice unless registered with a regulatory body, and in this case, ourselves. So we are a regulatory body, a statutory one, versus the voluntary associations that I alluded to earlier. That is the difference, and that is also being recognized by SAQA. And having said that, what does SACNASP do that other entities cannot do or can do? Yeah, and what is unique about SACNASP? So we are the only statutory body mandated by an act of parliament to register, regulate, and uphold ethical standards in the natural sciences. So there's really no other entity that is mandated with this responsibility. So we are the vanguard of the natural science professions in the country, just like your EXA in the engineering space, health professions, as it was indicated earlier. So moving on then to the question that speaks to the CPD, what is the role of CPD in SACNAS strategy to maintain professional competency of our professional scientists? CPD really is central to maintaining professional competency. It is mandatory for all registered scientists actually, and that they must embark on continuous professional development to ensure that they are competent as they do their work. And we are also scaling participation to include the candidate scientist. With all the developments in ICT, in intellectual property, we want them to really speak to some of the key challenges and issues of employment so that they are they can be taken on by industry. So we have embarked on an exercise where we're engaging with them to look at what are the areas where they want to also grow in various fields of practice, because as I indicated, we've got those 26 fields of practice. So this also ensures that issues of ethics and technological developments, they're at par and they can move and also be able to then participate in various discussions, but also in addressing our socioeconomic challenges. And then what mechanisms does SACNAS have to assess the impact of CPD initiatives? So currently we do measure CPD through participation rates, and we disaggregate by women, youth, and people with disabilities as indicated during the presentation and in our 5-year and annual plans. We also rely on feedback from voluntary associations, those 49 VAs that are recognized by SACNAS, but we also engage very closely with the employers, especially industry and government, to assess the relevance, and also the scientists, as I indicated, where we have a survey where we are outlining all the various offerings, but also what are the add-ons that we can also incorporate in our programs of CPD. So what we've seen over the years is that it's both impactful and inclusive, and we've got a policy that has been approved by council that really stipulates all of this and also ensures that there's impact at the end of the day. So on science awareness, how do we then promote the understanding of science in communities, especially to ensure that we've got a science-engaged citizenry? So we have quite a number of programs. The one in particular, which is a flagship program that we've started engaging with various entities within DSTI, but also importantly, other government departments, and also the provincial level is the SHE-STEM, where we're engaging with previously disadvantaged schools and establishing also at the university level student chapters. And we're hosting a myriad of science engagement events nationally, some online and some through physical engagement, where we are going through some of the engagement platforms, the Science Week event, and now it's being a monthly event, so that we can ensure that we work and engage with the communities. And we've got advisory notes and newsletters as well to ensure that these are accessible. So there was a very important key question on the CETAs, and also just to ensure that we can source additional funding from our work. So yes, we've already started. I indicated one example where we've signed an MOA with Chieta. This was in the tune of just above 600K for last year. And we've engaged already with AgriCETA, we've engaged with FoodBevCETA, and there are quite a number of other bodies within the science sector, but also looking at other, especially the industry. Because what we are saying to them is that we have a value proposition where there are scientists that they have employed, how then can we take them on for our CPD? Hence the Employer Champion Program, which has been well received by the industry. And we are continuing with that to ensure that it is the industry that actually encourage their employees to be registered and also to follow our CPD. And in addition to that, then they're able then to offer and support some of these key initiatives. So importantly, from a support perspective is ICT, and I'm happy that this question was raised because we've got a database currently of over 20,000 scientists. How do we protect this information, and how do we comply with the POPIA Act and as well as the information regulator, where we've now engaged with them closely to look at some of the compliance aspects. So within operationally, we've migrated our systems into a cloud, and we've implemented firewalls. There are daily backups, and we have what is called the multi-factor authentication, and also streamlining access. Who can access, who can issue and engage also with our scientists. So all of that now are well streamlined, but we continue then to augment and improve, because cybersecurity issues, these people, they are way ahead of us, but we've started to train our employees on cybersecurity training, issues of phishing and all of that we have seen now, online, to ensure that we are at the top of the game when it comes to securing our systems and especially our database. That is very key for us. So for finance, of course, I'll hand over to the CFO, the finance manager, to assist. But over and above, given the budget cuts and our, looking at our reliance on that 30 million from government, how therefore have we looked at, sourcing these alternative sources of funding? And we've engaged already, as indicated, with theatre. And, there's project funding also that we're looking at. So we have signed now MOUs with the City of Cape Town and the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. And we are also looking at how, through MISA, the municipalities, we can be able to assist them with their professionalization drive. We're working closely with other departments as well. So we are leveraging, we're engaging locally, public sector, private sector, but most importantly, our international engagement, so that some of these areas where we want support, won't be through monetary, support, but through this international collaboration, as I indicated. Now we have with CAST in China, and we'll be having exposing our young scientists so that they can gain some of these global initiatives and partnerships, but also, looking at the work that they're doing. So maybe let me hand over then to our finance. And I believe I've covered quite a number of areas. Maybe finance, if you can just look at some of the issues in terms of sustainability and whatever that I've not yet covered, because I think that will be very helpful. Then we'll hand over to the chair to wrap up and close. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CEO, and thank you, Chair. I think I've got 2, if not 3 questions that I would like to answer. Firstly, of course, you have touched it a bit. It's the question that was based on the 30 million baseline funding. The question was what contingencies are in place should the funding be delayed or not realized. Without the baseline funding, we scale down admissions, of course, and rely more on project-specific support, which is, of course, less sustainable. And over and above that, in addition to, however, we already built the relations, as you've mentioned, CEO, with the SETAs and other industry to secure funding for key initiatives like you have mentioned, the system and professionalization programs. These provide a safety net, but the baseline funding, of course, remains very, very critical for us. And in addition to that, we maintain a close engagement with the DSTI to manage any risk proactively. Those measures will ensure that SACNAS remains financially sustainable and it's able to fulfill its mandate even under constrained conditions. The second question was the cost-cutting measures. What are the cost-cutting measures that are in place? Yeah, we're planning to co-host stakeholder engagements and awareness events with the likes of the universities, as mentioned, the CETAs and government department, mainly to share costs. The second intervention will be to host and events and also stakeholder engagements online rather than having those engagements in person. We have seen this obviously as a benefit and also a cut costing measure. We'll also ensure that we encourage senior professionals to volunteer for programs and other activities to limit the hiring of external consultant. And then lastly, the last question was, what are the plans to ensure that SACNAS continue to be profitable? We do not dip into deficit, right? So the first measure would be to have diversified revenue streams by exploring multiple income sources, such as professional development courses, partnering with like-minded organizations like ours. The second one would be, of course, collaborate with industry stakeholders, government agencies, as mentioned, international organizations to access funding, resources, and expertise. The third one will be to have market awarenesses by staying informed about the industry trends and market and emerging technologies to stay competitive. By implementing these strategies and best practices, we believe that SACNAS can work towards achieving profitability and sustainability. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much for your responses, and I believe that we have covered all the questions that were presented by the members. As I'm handing over, because the chair is now back, but I just want to make one proposal, DDG Zwane, that yourself and the DG and the CFO of the department, I'm worried about the HSRC, Dr. Lubisi, saying they are now at the level of selling the building. According to my small financial understanding, a building is an asset. I don't know, because they haven't presented in full the reasons behind. But I think for me, an entity like yourselves, it would be good that you have an asset, which is because I don't think it's a depreciating asset. It should be appreciating. If it's not, if it's depreciating, we then look at how can the department assist you in making it at least giving you more income than being a liability. Thank you very much, and for everyone for participating, the members. Can I then hand over to the chair to close the meeting, because he is back, as we and chair, all of us sending condolences to you and your family. I hope you will you will be able to navigate through this difficult time, and knowing that you are supposed to go to the NGC of your organization, the Youth League. So it's important that we support you going through that. Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to just lead this meeting. Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Kunu, for leading the discussions in the meeting in my absentia, and I would also like to thank everyone that participated in this meeting, all members of the portfolio committee and the department, DDG, and all the entities of the department, HSRC, ASSAf, and SACNASP. Okay, I'm gonna get better at SACNASP. But then we appreciate your thorough preparation of the reports and your availability to clarify some of the questions that members of the portfolio committee has, and then we also support. I was absent in participating, but I also joined in some of the discussions, and then we also support the initiative to focus on beneficiation and so that we industrialize our economy and we create jobs for the economy. Thank you so much for your participation. The meeting is officially closed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Chair.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.